Good evening. Welcome to the Town of Douglas Conservation Commission meeting of July 15th, 2024. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast by local access programming and with remote participation available as provided on our agenda. Is there anyone here recording tonight's meeting? Seeing no one, I hereby call the meeting to order at 6:37. Members in attendance, roll call, please.
Jim Foran.
Mike Greco.
Mark Mungem. Isaiah Burt.
Josiah is excused. He's told us he's going to be absent.
Did he know that he could attend remotely if he's not able to come personally?
Yeah, he was unable to.
Okay.
But
Isaiah Birch is excused from tonight's meeting. Our first item is an application for potential commission member. Is there information that
Yes.
you have for us to
It is
look
right
at?
here. Mr. Doyle is here this evening.
All right. So we have an application to become a member from Brendan Doyle. Brendan, is Brendan present at the meeting? Hi, Brendan, how are you? You want to come forward?
Sure.
Sorry if I sit down.
Yes.
You're welcome to sit down. You can just stay there if you want. So you expressed an interest in being on the Conservation Commission?
Yes.
You did? Okay, great. What's your background?
Well, I just moved to town a couple weeks, 3 weeks ago. Plan on staying here for a while. Figured I'd volunteer my time. I have a mechanical engineering degree from UMass Amherst from a long time ago. I've been in the municipal business for a long time, working in sewers about 30, 35 years. Like I said, my wife and I planned on staying here for a while. I figured I'd volunteer my time when I could. And when I volunteered, they said that the Concom was looking for people, so
Yeah, we are.
here I am.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much for volunteering. So, Matt, there's a process that he has to go through, or?
Yep, this board would make a recommendation for his appointment to the Board of Selectmen, and the Select Board would have to vote to appoint him, and then he would get sworn in with the clerk, and he becomes a member.
Great. So do you know a little bit about the commission and our duties and how often we meet?
Only what I've read online.
Okay. Right. So, yeah, we have openings right now, so you definitely get put on the commission if showing an interest. Our meetings in the summer are once a month. Our meetings, once September rolls around, will be the first and third Mondays, generally, of the month. So that's it.
Okay.
Sounds great. Thank you very much again for volunteering.
Yeah,
Appreciate
you're
it.
welcome. Sorry if I just sit back and listen for a while.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
So we're looking for a motion to recommend Mr. Doyle for appointment to the commission.
Does someone want to make a motion to
I'll
recommend?
make a motion for Brandon Doyle to join the committee.
I think it's Brendan. Second.
Okay, Jim has motioned with
Second.
Mike Greco seconding to appoint Brendan Doyle, or to recommend Brendan Doyle to be appointed to the Conservation Commission. All those in favor?
Jim Foran, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye.
Jesus.
I'm going to defer the reading of the meeting, or the meeting minutes until the end of the meeting.
Okay.
Item number 3, request for certificate of compliance, DEP number 143-1088, Jack Courtney, 57 Manchok Street, map 143, lot 30.
Mr. Courtney here?
Is somebody here representing that project?
That's us, we're the homeowners.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you come forward and
okay if I sit down?
Yes, you may. Sit down.
Mine just,
So we have a plan. Do we have a plan?
yep, should. Yep, got an as-built, an existing residence. This was a septic repair, correct?
Yeah, in order for us to buy the home, they had a failing Title V, so the sellers replaced the septic system. And we had a partial completion, just due to no grass, because it was done in December. So we were told that all we had to do is grow grass and come to a meeting.
Right.
Has anybody been by there to see if it has grass?
I have.
Okay.
Yep, I got the pictures up on the screen. And-
I actually drove by myself and saw it the other day and saw that it
Yep,
looked completed and had a stand of grass.
yep. He actually kept the lawn rather long when I was out there, which is good. We saw it growing in very well. I'd say to complete the certificate of compliance is definitely in order for this project.
I would agree. Does anyone want to make a motion to approve this certificate of compliance?
We'll make a motion for compliance for DEP number 143-1088 for 57 Manchog Street, map 143, lot 30.
Mike, do you want to second that?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Jim Farr and I.
Mike Greco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I'll have that signed and prepared for you. It should be ready tomorrow.
Awesome, I appreciate it. Would that be emailed, or should I come up here and get it?
Come in and pick it up.
All right, sounds good.
It's me recorded.
Thank you,
Is
guys.
there a signature page for that?
Have a nice night.
Thanks, you too.
Stop and share.
All right. Mike. All right, item number 4 on the agenda is a request for a partial certificate of compliance by Richard Corcoran of 48 Glen Street, map 197, lot 1, DP number 1430642. Is Richard here or someone else representing the project? Please come forward to sit down if you want. Okay, can you just tell us what's the partial certificate of compliance for?
Just give your name and address for the record.
Yes,
Richard
thank you.
Corcoran, 42 Millville Street, Mendon.
Awesome.
The partial is for paving and replication area?
Yeah, this was the construction of a bridge for a common driveway, Mr. Chairman. And the bridge has been constructed long before Mr. Corcoran took on this project. So what we're trying to do, and there was still some replication and the paving of this driveway to be done. So what we're looking for is the partial to close out the notice of intent for the order of conditions for the bridge, which was signed off on by the building commissioner. And the partial is to allow the replication area, it's 1 year to take, and then for him to pave the roadway once the houses are constructed. So this way, he's not doing the roadway and then beating it up while the houses are still under construction.
So just to repeat that, the replication area has been constructed or?
Yes.
Okay.
It has.
And when was that constructed?
That's a good question. I know it was recent.
Very recently.
Pull up the,
Constructed and completed and vegetated?
yes. There's some photos.
So, Mr. Corcoran, when was the wetland replication area dug out?
The first time? I have no idea.
The most recent time?
Most recent time. I dug it out quite a while ago, maybe 6 months ago, and then planting was fairly recent, within the past 3-4 weeks.
Okay.
From what I understand, the previous owners didn't have it done correctly,
Right.
so I had to fix it. And I think this project is maybe 15-plus years old, I believe.
Right.
Okay. Can you just go through the pictures, I guess?
Sure, that's the replication area there. Kind of shows the plantings that are in here. You can see the sensitive ferns kind of growing up and some of the other wetland plantings that are in there. This kind of shows it from the roadway. I asked Mr. Corcoran to kind of repair these wattles because they were kind of giving some silt into the wetland area. Not sure if that's been done or not. This kind of goes towards the bridge.
Are we looking towards the house or towards the street?
This view is from the street looking up.
Okay, and the previous
Bridge.
picture was?
It was looking down towards the bridge here.
So looking from where the house is towards the street?
Right. Yep, the replication area is on this side here. Seems to fit the dimensions of the replication area, and it's got the right flora growing in it, so it's real helpful. Just ask that these erosion controls be bolstered and cleaned up, so the silt's not affecting the wetland.
That's been remedied.
Okay, awesome.
Did we have, when the original order of conditions was granted, a schedule for the plants that were to be used, and has the plant material been met?
I believe so. Yeah, there should be on
I'm not seeing anything on the plan.
the, okay. The original order was pretty old. I don't have it with us right now. Brandon, you saw it at some point, right?
I did, but then I found out that this is a old site civil site engineering job, and the previous owner, or the owner of civil site now works for me, so I'm recusing myself.
Okay,
Is that right with you?
yeah, understood. I kind of got handed this as that conflict kind of came up, but when I understand the plantings appear to be planted in the area. I mean, it's supposed to be a wetland area, it's not supposed to take on silt or anything, so just repairing the erosion controls would make sense, and it sounds like that's been done, so that's really helpful.
I mean, I know this is, you said the bridge is really old.
Yeah.
But isn't there a more recent order of conditions for this project than 2005 or whenever that?
No,
There's nothing more recent. So he's really working without a permit.
kind of. So we're looking to close that out, the replication area to take.
I mean, why wasn't there a new permit applied for?
Not sure. The bridge was built and just needed to be closed out. And it's just kind of sat for a while.
So what plan did you use as a basis for the replication that you did, the work that you did?
My engineer was out there, Margaret,
She's actually on
and
Zoom.
she instructed me on what needed to be done to remedy what the previous owners did. And she showed me where to plant the plants and what type of plants and so forth. I guess she can't be here tonight with me, so I apologize for...
She is on Zoom. She did participate in this on his behalf. How does that work?
I think it'd be okay if she ends up signing a disclosure after this.
Okay.
This is going to be some that need to be finished off. So,
Did you want to, do you have anything to ask her? Or
Do you have anything that you want to add to this?
I mean, so he's working without a permit right now, right? So,
Expired order. Just trying to get it closed out, but there were some remaining items on there.
what's left for remaining? Just,
It was just this replication area, that was it.
Margaret, you there?
Is it all right if I chime in for a second?
Sure.
Sure, Margaret, that's fine.
Okay, this is just an old job that we did, as he mentioned, back in 2004. In the replication area was constructed the first time shortly after the bridge was built. But it didn't take, because they didn't get the grading correct, and it got inundated with a lot of upland plant species. So when Mr. Kokorin came in and purchased the property, we all knew that that replication area had to be redone. So it's in the same location as the original. The same plantings were used. A lot of native wetland plants are starting to come into the new graded replication area now. So we did put some plantings in there, and basically, we'd like to see how much of the natural stuff comes in on its own, because that's kind of key. So that's kind of where it's sitting right now. We know if this is at least a 1 to 2 year process before he knows whether this replication area will meet the sign off. So that's why he's only asking for a partial, because the bridge has been done, the as-bilt's been done for the bridge. The bridge is dead nuts to the plans. But as mentioned, we don't want to pave the crossing until after the houses are built, because the pavement will get ruined. And then we know the replication area is going to take a year to 2 years before we get final sign off.
All right, thank you for the explanation. I guess I just want to say I'm really disappointed that any work was done here at all without first coming to the Conservation Commission for a new permit for the work. I mean, that's why we're here. If he has an expired permit, everybody else that has expired permits comes back before the Conservation Commissions and reapplies for a new permit. And I'm not understanding why that wasn't done in this situation. And that, you know, it was allowed to move forward. I don't have a copy of the original order of conditions to look at.
I can get it.
Yeah, I do know a couple of years ago, when the original owners were trying to sell it, we did come in at that time to request a partial certificate. At that time, nothing was mentioned about filing a whole new application. Just that you were prepared to do a partial certificate at that time.
But since that time, the area has been regraded and reworked.
And the replication area has been, yes, in order to get it to function as a wetland replication area. The original grading was too wasn't deep enough. Didn't meet the appropriate grade.
And the plan that I have here to review doesn't show any grading either. All it shows is a red blob that says that I am to assume that that is what has been constructed or reconstructed.
Correct, and you'll get when they're ready for the full certificate of compliance for the replication area, you'll get a full plan showing all the grading and the plantings and the vegetative cover. We're not asking for the replication area to be signed off at this time, just the bridge.
Okay.
So I guess my question I would have is, we sign off on the partial for the bridge, does that close that out and then they open up a new one in order to go forward? Or do you still just go off the old expired one?
It's a good question procedurally. How would that work?
Say that one more time.
So my question is, if we give them a partial for this, which is technically expired, right? Do we have this one closed out and then they have to reapply for a new one, or?
You can do that. So you can give a certificate of compliance after the permit of the order of conditions is expired. That happens quite a lot, actually.
Okay.
You give a partial, and if you're not happy with the fact that the well and replication went forward after the order expired, you can require a new notice of intent for it. That's your prerogative. Yes, and then what happens is you're going to get 2 certificates of compliance. For the old one, when the replication area is finally done, you can issue a complete certificate of compliance under the old order of conditions that's expired, and also under the new order of conditions. It's, whenever that is. So if that procedurally, that sounds like the direction you're going, Mr. Chairman. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Kind of helps right the wrong.
No, you're not wrong. That's how I feel it should go forward. Are you okay with?
Yeah, I'm
All
okay
right.
with that.
All right. Do you want to make a motion
Sure.
then to approve the partial?
And then a new NOI, yep. So I'll make a motion to grant the partial certificate for DP 143-0642 for 48 Glen Street, map 197, lot 1, and for the partial for the bridge, and then a new NOI,
Requesting a new NOI.
yes,
For the replication and the paving,
for the replication of the pavement.
and the paving.
Second.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Jim. Any further discussion? I should ask, anybody have any comments from the public? Seeing none. Have a vote?
Jim Foran, aye.
Mike Rocco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye. Thank you. Agenda item number 5 is a request for certificate of compliance by the Orbison Corporation, 128 Vine Street, map 264, lot 24.3, DEP number 1431032. Is there anybody here representing? Come forward, please. Give your name and address.
My name is Dan Heaney, 44 Shady Lane, Douglas, Mass.
Thank you, Dan. So what is the project?
It was a single-family home, and it was actually, work was completed about a year ago, and my engineer at the time was in transition between businesses, and she just got it complete.
Okay. It's lot number 4, correct? Because there's 2 houses on this plan?
It's lot number 4.
Okay.
There's a pipe going into the driveway, which she told me her inspection confirmed it was right on the money, and all the grass was planted a year old. So it's All good.
Okay. Is your engineer here?
No.
No, okay, just you. All right. Did you look at this, Matt, and see if there's any discrepancies from the proposed plan?
I did. It looks very spot on. The only thing that I noticed when I was out there was that the homeowner had kind of constructed a little makeshift fire pit in the wetland when it was dry. And when I was out there, he said he would remove it for this meeting. So, I mean, it's just hand done, little, right in the middle of the wetland there. I mean, people can do with what they want on their property at this point, but, you know, but that's the outlet pipe on one side, it's the outlet pipe on the other for the driveway. Driveway was paved. Everything's all seeded. You know, the grass is growing in nicely. House constructed right in the footprint. I didn't have any issues with this.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Any comments, Jim? Any comments, Mike? Any thoughts? No. Based on Matt's comments, I don't have anything. Do you want to make a motion to
Sure.
approve?
Yep, I'll make a motion to approve certificate of compliance for DP 143-1032 for 128 Vine Street, map 264, lot 24.3.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to approve the certificate of compliance. All those in favor?
Jim Foran, aye.
Greco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you. Good night.
Have a good night. Sorry. Okay, I'd now like to open item number 6, public meeting for a request for determination of applicability, 25 Joseph Road, tree removal. John Stapleton is the applicant. Is anyone here to represent the project, please?
Read the legal notice or vote to waive reading the legal notice.
What's that?
To read the legal notice into the record or vote to waive the reading. It's up to the commission. You can either read the whole thing or just have them waive it.
You want me to make a motion?
Yep.
I'll make a motion to skip the reading.
We're just going to skip the reading of the public notice. Okay, motion's been made and seconded to skip the reading of the public notice. All those in favor?
Jim Foran, aye.
Mike, you in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Mark Mungem, aye.
Great.
All right, Mike. Attorney, hi.
Yeah,
Commissioners,
please.
good evening. My name is John Stapleton. May I sit as well, please?
Yeah, your address?
I live at 25 Joseph Road, and the reason I appear before you tonight is recently we had someone come by to talk about some trees. It's a new development, and like a lot of these new developments, when they put it in, they cut down essentially all the trees. The trees that are behind us, there's a lot of dead branches. I asked an arborist to come by and look at them, see if they could be cut off so it looked better back there. He also identified some trees that were dead. So I appear before you tonight seeking permission, authorization to have these trees, either limbs taken off that are dead. It'll make the trees healthier as well, healthier is what I understand from the arborist, or to take the dead trees down. My house is, our house, my wife Alice is with me tonight as well. It is at times within 100 feet or so of a brook, Wellman Brook, that is behind the house. So Matt has been out to the address. I suspect, prepared as he always is, I can tell, my first appearance before you, in his photographs, that he can explain the trees that we have in mind. And I seek your permission or authorization, please, to trim them when appropriate, or take down the trees that are dead. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
First question that always gets asked about tree removal is, what is your intention in terms of the removal? Are you removing stumps, or do you want to, are the stumps to be left in the ground?
The stumps would be left in the ground. I did not speak to the arborist about that. It's a small company, two-man crew. He's cut them down as low as he can. He's not going to take the stumps out. We have no reason to have those taken out. It would be more expensive, and it's expensive enough to do this in an effort to make the trees as healthy as they can, and to remove the ones that are dead and may be an issue for the house in terms of damage to the house.
Can you go through the pictures, please,
So
Matt?
That tree right here is tree number 1 on the arborist plan. That one is number 1. That one's to be
I can't read the arborist plan.
Okay, it's kind of this one here.
I can tell you about that tree if you like, if it saves time and makes it easier.
Sure, go for it.
So that, yeah, that tree there, from a distance, doesn't look that healthy, but it is. And he says it's actually a beautiful tree in good shape, but most of the trees that have the damage have it because up until this development's creation, all these trees were surrounded by other trees, of course. So the dead branches are in an area that wasn't getting sun, probably covered by other trees instead. So he says if he trims that up to the healthier growth aspects, then the tree should do well. I'm speaking of Zach Shudo, I think is how you spell his last name, pronounce his last name. He says that tree, if trimmed every 5 years or so, would become healthier and is a beautiful tree. So that's what we have in mind, him trimming that tree and taking out the dead branches that you can see from there.
Okay.
This one's kind of in the back here.
That second tree,
That's tree number 4.
yeah, that tree is closer to the brook. The brook would be off to the right, and where Matt's pointing right now. From there, it's probably a solid 50 to 75 feet away. That tree, I thought it was bending that way towards the top in an effort to reach sunlight, but I was told by the arborist that instead it was probably a break at one point in time. So at a minimum, we'd like to trim the dead branches on that. We talked to him about taking it down. His sense was you may deny the request to take that tree down because it doesn't need to be taken down. If it is going to fall, it's going to fall towards the brook instead. To be honest about it, frank about it, we don't really care too much about taking it down. If it's trimmed, it will look better. If it falls, it's not going to fall towards the house. It's not going to damage the house or the property. And it also costs like $350 to take it down. So we're not, when I found out what the price of it was, we're not, we're ambivalent to that. But that's the second tree.
Okay, thank you.
So that tree right there, healthy as well, but a lot of dead branches. He would do the same thing with that tree as I described we got in the first tree. He would take off those dead limbs left and right in an effort to promote the health of the tree. The tree would remain in place and hopefully would be healthier going forward. So that right there is an old hunting, whatever you call it. In the information from Zach, he uses that first tree as a point of reference. That tree is not going to be touched. The first tree to the left of Matt's, I'm sorry, yeah, Mr. Benoit is speaking of right now, I think that one is being trimmed. Is that what it says, Matt, on it? The second one's being taken down and because it's dead, and I think the third one, nothing's happening to, I think, and the fourth one is being trimmed as well because it has, if you look at page 3 from the arborist, it clearly describes, at the back right corner of the house where the large pine is with all the wooden blocks nailed to the trunk, there's a cluster of 4 trees directly to the left of it. Of those 4 trees, deadwood, the first hemlock, remove the second, dead pine, do nothing to the third pine, and deadwood, the 4th hemlock. For the reasons I told you about the trees already, we want to take down anything that's dead and remove the limbs to promote the health of the other ones. I'm happy to answer any questions about that.
Okay. Thank you.
And then we kind of came back towards the area here.
Okay, I was on the commission when this project was permitted through us, and we went to great care to try to keep the work set back from that steep slope that leaves from your backyard down to the Wellman Brook. Wellman Brook is a perennial stream, and also it's a cold water stream, which means that the shade is protected for that stream.
I didn't know that.
My feelings on this are that the pruning of deadwood has no impact on really shade or the life of the tree. So I'm not opposed to pruning of deadwood.
All right.
The tree that you indicated you wouldn't mind if it didn't get cut,
Is that thought you
I
brought
do
down?
mind it, and I would prefer that not get cut, because in that situation, you're further down the slope. I don't know how he would propose to do the cutting,
We respect that decision.
but I would prefer not to do any work
We respect that decision.
on that slope
Sure.
down that way,
Even trimming that at all?
even trimming.
All right, so be it.
Yeah.
Doesn't look that great from a distance, and that's part of the thought process behind it. There's a lot of trees that have a lot of limbs there. Do you
Right.
think that, is there a benefit to not trimming that I just don't understand?
I just, the way, when we permitted the project, it was basically, it was almost like it was going to be a no-touch area below the limit of work.
Okay.
And so that pertains to branching, pruning, cutting trees, because one leads to another in some situations where we open areas up, we raise up the canopy, and they want, some person might want to utilize that for more uses. So that's why.
All right. We chose
We feel
that
that
lot.
way.
The reason we moved to Douglas, our daughter bought the house across the street, 200 feet down. She asked us to move up here from the Bridgewater area. We chose that lot because it had the most trees to us, and it gave some shade during the day. So we love those trees being there. We like the brook being behind us as well. We want to take care of it, obviously, but whatever you decide.
Yep. So those are my thoughts. Jim, I don't know if you
No,
have.
I agree.
Okay. So, any comments from anybody in the audience or on Zoom in
On the
regards
last
to
page,
this?
it does mention removing 3 dead trees as well. There's no issue with that?
Where are the dead trees?
Yeah, Matt, do you have those little photographs that you could show?
In the cluster, isn't it? Isn't it right?
No, what
I thought that was the cluster you talked about next to the tree that has.
The first tree? No, well, no.
Jeff, that one laying down right there, the one on the ground that has
Yeah.
the hunter has
Right,
the
okay,
spikes across
sure.
it, that's completely dead and laying on the ground.
Right.
It looks like it might fall down, so we want to get rid of that before it fell.
See the boards that Matt's pointing to in the lower right? The trees, that tree's already down. It's a huge tree. It's part of what, we thought would remove that as well. And I do think, Matt, isn't there a photo of when you came out of the 3 dead trees to the left of the big stone, please, also?
Yeah.
Yep.
Here.
Because if you'll see, on page 3 of this, where it says, remove the fallen pine trunk with the wood nailed to it behind the back, that's what my wife just spoke of. That's my wife Alice who spoke from the background there. What Matt's showing you now is there's 2 dead trees in that area right there. One's live. And I've already spoken about one of the other dead trees that, actually, Matt, I don't know that we spoke about. There's a photograph, the third photograph, Matt, I think will show the dead tree that we spoke about when you were out there. Yeah, so right there, go back that one, please. Yes. So the tree to the far left right there, you can see is in poor shape. Matt saw that, thought it was dead as well. Zach Shudo thought that tree was dead as well. That's much distant and far further away with a lot of trees between that and the brook. So we would like to take that tree down if possible.
Is it near the top of that slope?
It's as high as you can get
Yes.
within feet of the retaining wall. quite a distance from where the brook would be. And you know the brook then as well. The brook, meanders in different places.
No,
And it's
yeah.
furthest, it's 100, it's as close as it's probably 50. And that's probably somewhere in between those two distances.
Yeah. I don't mind, I don't know.
Are you okay with that one? So, yeah, I'd be all right with that.
All right, so I would suggest a motion that approves the negative determination of applicability with the condition that only deadwood be removed and pruned, and that tree number 2 on his list not be touched.
So moved.
And
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, and that there would not be any stump removal
Okay,
done.
yes, and no stump removal.
Yeah.
So moved.
Second.
So, motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Jim Farr and I.
Mike Greco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye.
Thank you all for your time, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Matt, too, thank you very
Yep,
much.
I'll have that issued tomorrow.
Fair enough, all right. Thank you all.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
What?
I said I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're fine. Next item on the agenda, item number 7, public meeting. I'll open a public meeting for a request for determination of applicability, Shore Road fence replacement and leveling, Wallen Lake Terrace Beach Association. Did I read that they have requested a continuance for
Yep.
this?
We just need to vote to waive the reading, open the hearing, and then continue it.
Do we need to do it every meeting?
Well, for new items, we do.
Okay.
Make a motion to
Waive the
waive
reading.
the reading
Of the public notice.
and the public, for the public notice.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to waive the reading of the public notice.
Jim.
All those in favor?
Jim Farr and I.
Mike Greco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye.
Motion to continue.
The motion's been made to continue, or wait a second, I'm not making the motion.
I'll make a motion to-
continue it.
Continue to the next meeting of August 19th for, where is it, Shore Road fence replacement on Wallen Lake Terrace Beach Association
6:30.
at 6:30.
Mike, it's been motioned to
Second.
continue this one. Can you, you want to second that? All right, thank you. Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Jim Farr and I.
Mike Greco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye.
Okay.
Agenda item number 8, DEP number 143-1080, an amendment to an existing order of conditions for Christopher Betancourt, 273 Southeast Main Street, Lot 1, redesign of a single-family house, map 266, Lot 13. Someone here to represent?
Yes, Todd Schutz from Goddard Consulting on Zoom is here to represent the applicant.
Thank you.
Do you mind if I share my screen?
You're up, should be all set.
Sorry, I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty. I don't know if Kevin is online, that he could potentially share the screen. But essentially, this is a request for an amendment to the order of conditions. The commission approved a single-family house within the Lot 1. It was within the riverfront area, and it also had an included single-family house driveway. It had a septic system and a stockpile area as well as a well. The applicant now is moving the single-family house outside, or a little bit further outside of the riverfront area. We're expanding the septic system because the house is going from 3 bedrooms to 4 bedrooms, and we're also including a dry well now, which will be managing all of the stormwater from the proposed house. The driveway is also changing shape. We're adding a infiltration trench as well. Additionally, the stockpile area is now partially within the riverfront area. However, we don't foresee that as being any kind of additional impact to the riverfront area as originally proposed. The proposed limit of work is not changing. We're still going to be doing the same erosion control barriers around the entire property. So we would just request for you, the commission, to approve this request for amendment to the order of conditions.
If you want to see, Mr. Chairman, what the side-by-side comparison looks like, I can help you with that.
Please do, because I have no idea what.
Can I get sharing?
I think you already have it. You should.
I had to log back in.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. Tom, I'm going to show them a side-by-each comparison.
Perfect. Yeah, I really appreciate it. I'm trying to figure out my.
No problem. We'll go, there we go. All right. So.
Okay, you should be all set.
Thank you. Okay. There we go. All right, so. And what is it with this? Okay. Ready? Look carefully. This is the original?
That is the original, correct, and that is the proposed amendment. And as you can see, the house is actually a little bit further outside of the riverfront area than originally approved. And you can see there's now a dry well. Sorry, the dry well has shifted location, in this case, to the southwest of the house, and the stockpile area to the northwest of the house is now partially within the riverfront area. But we're reducing the amount of impervious surface within the riverfront area itself. Still no impact to the 100-foot buffer zone, no change to the limit of work.
That's an important part, Mr. Chairman. No, there's no change in the limit of work. So they're basically just rearranging the deck chairs on the same deck. And ultimately, my recommendation is to approve the amendment.
Okay. I just would request that the applicant try to do a better job coming before us on the first try and trying to get it right so that we don't have to go back into these things. We're pretty busy.
Yeah, no.
We're pretty busy as a commission, and you have a lot of proposals before us. It would just try.
Yeah, we understand, and going forward, we're now making a conscious effort to design the homes as we want them approved. So we appreciate it, and we thank you for your time on this one.
One thing that changed a little bit is where the driveway enters Southeast Main Street. And so is that affecting any grading or any grading changes to be able to enable that?
There's no grading changes within the buffer zone as a result of the driveway shifting that would impact the riverfront area or the buffer zone, so no.
And it's also a natural opening from the road into the lot.
I have some pictures of the site up there right now, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like an idea of what things look like. So they've already begun construction. I have pictures of both lots 1 and 2. Lot 2 is coming up next, so they're right next to each other. So The limit of work in the field does, in my opinion, line up with the limit of work on this, on the site plans. So that's it.
All right. Being that the limit of work really hasn't changed, so, or hasn't changed, not within the area under our review, I don't see a problem with the, as you said, reshuffling things a little bit in the locations. How do you feel, Jim? Are you?
I'm okay with that.
All right. Anybody have any comments on Zoom or in the public? No? Should we close this? You want to make a motion to close this hearing?
I'll make a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
Motion's been made to close the public meeting. All those in favor?
Jim Farr, aye.
Greco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye.
And then I can make a motion for DEP 143-1080 to do the amendment, the OCC amendment for 273 Southeast Main Street, Lot 1, redesigned single family, map 266, Lot 13.
Do you want to second that, Mike? You okay?
Sorry.
It's all right. Motion's been made and seconded to approve the amendment to the order of conditions. All those in favor?
Jim Farr, aye.
Greco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye. All right, moving forward to item number 9, DEP-number 143-1081, an amendment to order of conditions for Christopher Betancourt, 279 Southeast Main Street, lot number 2. Again, this is a redesign of a single-family house. The map 266, lot 13. Jim, you want to make a motion to waive the reading of the public?
Yep, I will make a motion to waive the public hearing.
Waive the
Second.
reading.
Motion's been made and seconded to waive the reading of the public notice. All those in favor?
Jim Farr, aye.
Greco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye.
Just take the hearing is now open.
The hearing is now open.
Good evening, everybody. Tom Shaw from Goddard Consulting. We figured out the technical difficulties so I can share my screen appropriately. So we're requesting an amendment to the order of conditions for the changing of the shape of the existing single-family house that was approved by the Conservation Commission. It is staying the same 1,800 square feet on our requested amendment. We're also keeping the limit of work the same. However, we're directing all runoff into a dry well, which is an improvement on the approved order of conditions. So what you're currently looking at right now is the approved site. On this site plan, north is facing straight up. It's going to be a different orientation when we go into the next site plan, but we have a single-family house, driveway, septic system back here, and then we also have the stockpile area, stockpiles outside of the buffer zones, and as we move forward, we can see that there's a slight change to the shape of the house. However, it's still going to be 1,800 square feet. We also have now a new redesigned driveway with infiltration trench to manage that stormwater. We also have a dry well outside of the buffer zone that's going to be connected to the roof runoff to collect all the stormwater management. We're also increasing the size of the septic system here to manage the newly addition of a room inside the house. So we're just increasing the size of that by a little bit. Most of the changes is outside the buffer zone, only some small grading changes, and the shape of the house or changing within the buffer zone in this case. And now we're actively managing stormwater. As previously approved, we were not. So just click back and forth to allow everybody to see properly. Again, the limit of work is not changing on this at all. And we're not increasing the amount of impervious surface within the buffer zone.
Thank you. So as I look at the plan, the infiltrator at the back of the house, behind the house, has not changed, is that correct?
So this is the septic system here. So this is the north. Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, it is increasing in size a little bit, correct? Due to the
yes. It's
bedroom.
going from, I believe, 44 by 12 to, from a previous size of 32 by 12.
And this dry well right here to the southwest of the site, or the single-family house, is newly added outside of the buffer zone and riverfront area. Still within the limit of work.
Oh, I'm seeing it on the first plan. Was it not on the first plan?
So this is the septic system right here where my cursor is. The dry well is, there's no dry well. This is the reserve tank, stockpile area, reserve area. This is the approved plan here. We also don't have an infiltration trench to manage any of the stormwater from the driveway. As we look to the new plan, north is towards the end of the driveway right here. So facing north is, we're looking, northeast is this way. The plan is oriented to the east. So now we have an infiltration trench, and we also now have this dry well. So all the stormwater is going to be managed in those two features.
Do you see what he's talking about?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'm Matthew Watsky. I'm here as counsel for Mr. Betancourt. I'm going to suggest that Tom Schutz reorient one or the other of his plans so that the orientation of the house in relation to the road is the same for both of them when you switch back and forth between the two. And that should make it much easier for people to visualize what you're talking about.
I think this is more appropriate here. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it. So we're in essentially the same orientation here, southeast Main Street here. It's a little bit off of north. Here's the driveway. Now as we look here, this is southeast Main Street up to the north of the house. Here's the proposed driveway and the house itself.
All right, so they're both oriented the same. Now, so show the existing approved plan. And
so this is the existing approved plan here. You can see the limit of work is in this configuration. And again, we're in the same configuration here following my cursor. Outside of the riverfront area, down into the south, and then outside of the 50-foot buffer zone to the southeast.
So flip back to the existing approved plan, and just so you get everybody oriented, there's a sort of the tip of the wetland that you've got there. So you can put the cursor on that. No, I'm sorry, the buffer zone.
This is the 100-foot buffer zone right here.
Yeah, and then you have a 50-foot buffer?
Yeah. 50-foot buffers in this vicinity, and then the 200-foot riverfront area is following my cursor in brown.
Right, so let's get everybody oriented in relation to the where the 50-foot buffer zone line has that sharp point to it, and you got the septic system, leaching system on the existing plan. That's you've got it right there. So what, Mr. Chairman, what he's illustrating is that you can see where that tip of the 50-foot buffer is. The septic system is the area that's just to the left of that point, and there's no infiltration for stormwater shown on this plan. The house is partially within the 100-foot buffer. And flip to the proposed revision. So the proposed revision, so there's the septic system, basically in the same orientation that it was before, but it's adding infiltration for the roof runoff adjacent to the road. The house is still just partially within the 100-foot buffer, so basically the same. There's no substantive change there, but the driveway now has infiltration along the side of it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Brandon, have you looked at this?
Yeah.
Can you comment, please?
Much akin to Lot 1. I'll also add a little something that I forgot on Lot 1. As we get to the 299 Southeast Main Street and the 2 on Orange Street, there's still issues with comments by DEP regarding stormwater. And these 2 lots are part of that same subdivision of more than 4 lots, which DEP has questions about. I just want to put it on the record that I've decided not to, I guess, push the stormwater issue with these 2, seeing as that these were already approved at one time.
Right.
We'll deal with the stormwater issues on those
Going forward.
Yes, I think that's probably the wisest thing to do, at least the least complicated. Or what's
I don't know what else we can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as I look at the plans and read the plans and understand what was described, you know, minor change to the shape of the house, a little bit more use of the buffer by the house and by the septic system, but it's not you know, it's no change to the limit of work or work area within the buffer zone and within the riverfront area. So I'm fine.
I'm good too. All right, so, do you
Close.
make a motion to close the hearing?
Mike, do you want to close the hearing? You want to second that?
Public comment first.
Second.
That's for public comment.
Any comment from anybody on Zoom or in the building? No comment? Okay, motion's been made and seconded, close the public hearing. All those in favor?
Jim Farr and I.
Mike Greco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye.
So make a motion for DP 143-1081 for 279 Southeast Main Street, Lot 2, redesigned single family, map 266, Lot 13, for approval.
Okay, motion's been made to approve.
Second.
Mike, second. Motion's been made by Jim and seconded by Mike to approve the amendment to the plan for DEP number 143-1081, an amendment to an order of conditions for Lot 2. All those in favor?
Jim Farr and I.
Mike Greco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye.
Great.
Thank you.
For Davis Street, Mr. Chairman, I am recused.
You still have Lot 9.
Still on Lot 9? Oh, 299, right?
Yeah, don't try to get out of here quite so soon, Brandon.
Sometimes, though, I tell you.
You guys are staying there, huh? You're joining us.
I know there's a few more items. I don't know in what order they're coming.
All right, we're going to go into number 10.
Number 10.
Public hearing, notice of intent for Christopher Betancourt, 299 Southeast Main Street, lot number 9, single-family home, map 266, lot 13.9.
This
Wanna
doesn't have
wait?
a DP.
No, but we can still open the public hearing and talk about it. We just can't, we'd have to continue it.
Okay.
Motion to waive the reading.
Make a motion to waive the reading of the public hearing.
You want to second that, Mike? Thank you, Mike. Motion's been made and seconded to waive the reading of the public hearing. All those in favor?
Jim Farr and I.
Mike Greco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye. The public hearing is now open.
Good evening, everybody. Tom Schutz from Goddard Consulting here on behalf of the applicant at Southeast Main Street, Lot 9. So just some orientation here. We have Southeast Main Street bordering the site. We have a large bordering vegetated wetland system that casts the 25-foot buffer zone shown in green following my cursor here, the 50-foot buffer zone shown in orange following my cursor, and then the 100-foot buffer zone shown in the lighter or the darker orange following my cursor. It's an additional wetland system down to the south of the site, which doesn't actually, the buffer zone actually reach the proposed site itself. The site is forested, undeveloped. The trees have been removed in a portion of the site outside of the buffer zone. The applicant is proposing a 4-bedroom dwelling with associated grading, which can be seen in these solid black lines, a proposed drywall system, which is shown to the west of the proposed house, a septic system, which is shown to the southwest of the house, as well as an asphalt driveway with an infiltration trench. Outside of the buffer zone, we also have a stockpile area and a temporary well slurry. There's going to be a boulder retaining wall to the north of the proposed house in order to keep the grading in and also not impact the 25-foot buffer zone. We're not going to be building within the 50-foot buffer zone. The edge of the proposed house is right directly on the edge of it, so we're not going to be within the no-build zone. Additionally, the dry well is going to be outside of the no-build zone as well. The only impacts to the 50-foot buffer zone would be the associated grading in order to keep the house up on the hill and not be impacting the adjacent abutter who has asked the house to be set back a little bit further from his property line. And Mr. Bettencourt has obliged by adding it to the buffer zone. So if you have any questions for me, I would be happy to answer them. Or if you have any stormwater related questions, please direct those to Kevin.
Thank you.
Grading in there.
Looking at the grading plan, it seems to show that the water from the driveway runs beside the house and then is going towards the buffer zones in the wetland. How is that being handled, that water? Is there any kind of removal of any sediment or oils or anything from that water?
Kevin, do you want to speak on that?
Yeah, we're basically treating all runoff from the driveway and points up gradient of the driveway via the infiltration trench, and then all the rooftop runoff via the dry well behind the home. We'll have the erosion controls down gradient towards the BVW area. Outside the 25-foot buffer zone to capture any of the sediment-laden runoff during the time of disturbance, during the construction period.
I have a comment. Tom,
Can you give your name and address, please?
Chris Bettencourt, 41 Mystic Valley Lane, Uxbridge, Mass.
Thank you.
Tom, does that house plan incorporate the walkout? Because it doesn't look like it does. So I'm prepared to put a frost wall in there so that that grade doesn't have to be as steep, that it can be natural.
I'm not understanding what you mean by a frost wall and
I think I can take care of it.
name and address, please.
Yes, I'm Matthew Watsky here as counsel. What Chris has indicated to me is that the plan that's presented, and I understand that there's no notice of intent number, so this won't make too much of a difference, but the plan that's presented appears not to have been designed so that there's a walkout basement. He's prepared to have the plan redesigned to show a walkout basement, which will reduce the amount of grading that's shown in the buffer zone.
It'll be very close to natural.
Okay. So,
We would provide that supplemental information prior to the next hearing. As we know, I'm a DEP member, we cannot close it at this point anyway. So we'll provide that for the next hearing to allow the commission to review.
yeah, I mean, if you want to propose a different plan, then yes, you need to show that different plan and have it to us prior to the next meeting so that we have a chance to look at it, you know, not just here at the meeting. So are you suggesting that the retaining wall that's shown would be eliminated? Or would still be there, but?
It would be unnecessary at that point. So basically, we're catering to the elevations of the septic design at this point. I'm preparing to create 9-foot walls in the basement so that the septic design can remain exactly as it is, and dig deeper into the earth for the footings so that the grade can stay natural. Now, you know, obviously in the back of the house being a walkout, we would create, you know, probably a slider and maybe a small patio or something. But it's not going to require us to retain 8 feet of earth in place for a standard foundation. So we're going to sink it into the ground and create windows and doors back there instead.
Okay. Do you have any soil test reports to know whether infiltration will work within this site at the infiltration basins or at the edge of the driveway?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to let you know that I have Margaret Bacon and my staff on Zoom to assist with stormwater-related questions, which are, that's kind of a hot topic lately.
Right. Yeah, that'd be great.
So you mind if she speaks about that?
I'm happy to have her speak on it.
Okay. Margaret, you there?
Sure.
Yep.
Do you want me to just say a few words?
Yeah, just introduce yourself first.
Sure. Margaret Bacon. I'm a professional engineer and wetland scientist with Ecosystem Solutions. And I was asked to take a look at the overall stormwater management plan that was just recently submitted for all these lots. Maybe Kevin, you might want to talk about that in general terms, the overview. Since these are A&R lots, this type of stormwater management is a little different than the typical subdivisions. But I'll be looking at all those drainage calcs that you prepared regarding infiltration rates and the pre and post, and maybe if you want to go over what you just submitted, that might be helpful.
Yes, I can do that, Margaret. We had the last page of the stormwater report, which is our overall watershed map. Typically, for a standard subdivision that would be over 9 lots, you generally have a new roadway, which would, you know, kind of delineate where your street drainage is, and, you know, have more of a straightforward watershed mapping. However, in this case, obviously these lots are all fronting on existing roadways, so it's really kind of a hodgepodge, you know, watershed map based on each individual lot. And as you can see, lots 10, 11 for Orange Street are you know, clear on the other side of the site and actually have a different design point associated with them, a 200 design point as opposed to the 100 design point, which these you know, these sub areas drain to, which is the stream running behind the property, you know, from northwest to southeast. So we analyzed, you know, these as existing conditions, undisturbed, wooded areas, and proposed conditions. We analyzed all the rooftop areas into the individual dry wells on each separate lot, and the driveways contributing to the infiltration trenches along each of the drive aisles for the homes. The one change we've made recently that DEP has, they're essentially getting to the first stormwater report we prepared, on a holistic basis back in, I believe it was late February, early March. So they were just getting around to that as part of their lots 10 and 11 review. Since that time, we refined the report further to take account for some upgrading areas from the driveways, and have some of the grass areas contribute to those, as opposed to all running off directly to the wetland. As a result of that, we went through and checked the flows for each storm and found a decrease in total runoff to both design points for the 2 through 100-year storm events, and also checked the volumes, and those had a small decrease for all storm events. And the one other comment received from DEP related to just the addition of the TSS spreadsheets, calculation worksheets, which are really basic, one to handle the dry well, which technically there's no real sediment, obviously, from sanding the rooftops. But we included a TSS removal worksheet for the dry wells, as well as the infiltration trenches, which were both 80%. And we had previously stated it in the report, but didn't include the actual worksheets. So we had added those in the latest version. So that's basically a quick summary of the overall basis of the stormwater report. If there's any questions, feel free to share, or as Margaret reviews that, we can go forward and confirm this.
Thanks, Kevin. So basically, my responsibility, I've been asked to, is to look at your comprehensive stormwater plan and how it, adheres to each individual site plan that you'd have for each lot and how it meets the stormwater standards. So I just received this information. I believe you just submitted it. I think it might have been last week. So I'll be doing that. And then if I have any questions in the meantime, I can reach out to you.
Thank you.
Good. Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'd like to go through an email from Kim Roth today that Matt had. You want to do that, or you want me to do it, Matt?
No, go for it.
Okay, so Mr. Benoit contacted Kim Roth at DEP, is one of the analysts. She's been looking at this, the whole subdivision regarding stormwater, and she's the one who came up with the comment regarding stormwater. Basically, slow your roll, hold on a sec. So what happened was Mr. Benoit sent her an email asking if she had received the updated stormwater report, and if so, does she have any comments on it? And this was her response. From 4:01 p.m. today, Monday, July 15, 2024. And her response reads, Mass DEP typically does one round of review with technical comments to assist the commission in their review that are not intended as an approval or a denial. It is up to the commission to decide whether these edits are approvable, which makes sense. That's what I'm used to. But then she goes on to write, I did note that while Standard 2 appears to have been revised, the narrative still states that the project was designed to the max extent practicable when it needs to fully meet. It also appears to be signed and stamped. It also appears that the signed and stamp date did not change. BMPs require adequate pretreatment in order to achieve 80% TSS removal to comply with Standard 4. Her last sentence talks about lots 10 and 11 Orange Street, because that was the specific reason for the email, but this relates to all the lots associated with this subdivision. And her final statement is the commission may want to include stormwater O&M in a perpetual condition should they issue an order of conditions. So I think that because we don't have a DEP file number, these are things that Margaret and Mr. Demers can hopefully go over and hash out. Because it's going to apply to the entire subdivision with these A&R lots and moving forward.
Right, it's going to apply to each and every lot moving forward.
Correct.
That comes
And like,
before us.
right, and like Margaret said, these A&R lots are kind of like, they're kind of like a different animal than when we get into the Form C lots with the subdivision road, which we, expect to be coming eventually, when you have conveyance systems and infiltration basins and other BMPs like that.
So each lot is going to have to show that it, in and of itself, does not add to the runoff, correct?
Correct, that's my understanding.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
For this house, I mean, you just talked about a walkout basement at the back, and the back of the structure is at 50 feet, so you only really have 25 feet coming out of the back. Would you look at maybe moving the house a little bit away from the 50-foot buffer line?
Well, my intent for this, and I can reference my own house, I built on the edge of the forest so that I can sit on my deck and be in the forest.
Yeah.
And it's not meant for somebody to put a pool in and a playground.
Right.
It's meant to, here's a lot where you can live at the edge of the forest. And I picture the back of the house, you'd be able to go downstairs, outside, there's a bathroom down there, maybe a grill, and you have a small patio area where you can have your bird feeders and watch the squirrels. And that's my intent for building this house in that location. It also further removes the house from the close proximity to the existing home that's there, which was a request, a friendly request, and we're obliging that.
Okay.
So we're giving it the maximum distance that we can for both of those houses as well, so you're not looking at somebody eating dinner.
Okay. That's your prerogative. Yeah. On your projects, in the past, we've requested like a split rail fence along the 25-foot buffer to kind of denote that as a limit of activity for
fine.
future, for use. So I would want to include that as part of this as
That's
well.
fine.
So,
Mr. Chairman, may I give a picture narrative?
absolutely.
So, Tom, can I have the controls?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, these were taken on the 10th, so these pictures start at more or less where the driveway is going to be on Southeast Main Street. This picture is taken looking north. Okay, so towards the center of town. So basically looking up on the plan.
Okay.
Okay. The first thing I want to point out is you can see that the lot has already been partially cleared, and
Yes, I am
they
seeing
kind of
that.
jumped the gun a little bit. I measured 80 feet between flag F40 and the erosion controls and / clearing. So they encroached into the buffer zone already without a permit. So I just want to point that out. But what I want to
Their
point...
plan doesn't even show any encroachment along the road into the buffer.
Correct, and I would say that right there it is accurate. You got to go back into the lot a little bit more until you finally get into encroachment into the buffer zone with the clearing.
Yeah, and the existing plan doesn't even show the wall. Is there a wall along the edge of the road? It's not shown on the plan.
That's what was existing right there. I would like to add that I met with Adam, the DPW, and it was a site distance issue. And he said, while the tree clearers are here, yes, take those out. And he actually pointed to that tree that's a V, and said that that's an issue too. And he said, if you take that down, then the town doesn't have to pay to take that down. So those are words, and that's why the front entrance was cleared the way it was. We are going to rebuild that wall, and we're just waiting for the further design of the lot before we do anything. But the land clearers were there, and they had the equipment on site. And a couple of those larger trees towards the road were impinging, so we took them down.
Mr. Chairman, I'd say when I took the picture, well, it's actually Sam that took that picture. I was with her. It was more down in this area looking north.
Right.
But I agree with Mr. Betancourt, because as I was exiting this property with my truck, I almost got T-boned. There's like a hump in the road right around here, and you just can't see. So as I looked, I said, looks all clear, and as soon as I got up into the road, a car came up, going south, and I almost got T-boned. And they drive very fast in that section. So that's something that I wanted to talk to the commission about, because I actually agree that clearing more trees over here is not a bad idea, so they can have a better line of sight. So that's a suggestion. Okay, all right, back to the pictures. Okay, then slowly turning to the left, so turning towards the west, you can see the clearing, then looking fully into the lot. And this continuing to turn around towards the south. This is the neighbor's house right there. This is a shot of the interior of the wetland looking towards the road. In fact, if you see, will allow me to zoom in? No. But this is looking towards the road. There's a stone wall that runs parallel to the road. More of the swamp interior. Actually, this is looking back up the hill in the vicinity of flag F40, just to give you an idea of the typical, what the typical buffer zone looks like. More of the wetland interior. This is looking west of flag F40, back up the hill. You can see the neighbor's house right there in the buffer zone. This is what the woods look like, and the buffer zone looks like back there, just to give you an idea. And here's one of the wetland flags. So I'm standing in the wetland looking uphill towards the clearing. From this flag, I measured 80 feet between the wetland boundary and the edge of the clearing.
Could you tell if that clearing has been done in the area where the house or the disturbance has been proposed?
Let's go back to the plan. Yes, I would agree that it's along this more northern section right here. So see where this cursor is? So it's in this general area. So they encroach it a little bit. In order to construct I'm sorry, I'm down here towards the 25-foot. I should be up here more towards the 100-foot mark, so.
Right.
They cleared more in this area right here.
Right.
Yeah. So they have more to clear if you approve it, but they encroached a little bit.
Okay.
And, my take on it is as well, if you issue an enforcement order, you'd probably require them to file a notice of intent anyway. So they are here. It's just a little disappointing that had to happen.
Could I say something?
What's your name and address again? I'm sorry.
Chris Betancourt, 41 Mystic Valley Lane.
Thank you.
Uxbridge, Mass. The limit of disturbance was designed in the plan that was approved, and the wattle was installed along the taped line, and we didn't knowingly do anything incorrect. I want to just make that statement that we trust the engineers that created the line, that the wattle was installed, that we had installed professionally, and then it was inspected, and it was approved, and they cut within the limit of disturbance. So if somehow that was 10 or 15 feet in the wrong direction, it wasn't a knowing act.
Okay.
Through the chair?
Yes.
Under what approval?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's my question. 'Cause I don't think it came from this commission.
No,
What, the Waddle?
no, the location
Yeah,
of
this-
any
this-
boundary.
The site plan approval.
There was, I mean, there was a house plan approved on that lot already. We're just changing it.
On this lot?
Yeah,
No, this is a new
This is a
application.
new one, isn't it?
Lot 9? That was an approved house
This
lot
isn't-
outside of the buffer zone.
Maybe through planning board?
The A&R
Todd?
lot.
Kevin?
A&R lot, yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's an approved A&R lot, but not,
Well, it had an approved septic design, a well location, a driveway location.
A&R.
Are you guys there? Tom?
Yeah, so we didn't go through conservation with this one because the proposed house and the limit of work was proposed to be outside of the 100-foot buffer zone. So I don't know what board it was, Chris, but we didn't bring this through conservation for the work and the house. I was previously along the edge of the 100-foot buffer zone, but not impeding into it. So we didn't need a conservation permit for that one at that point. And once we moved it towards the wetland a bit, that's when we came in front of the board.
Right, so,
Correct. This was a Board of Health approved plan.
okay, so do you have that plan? Can you show it? Because that house corner was on the extreme south side of the building envelope, which brought it to 67 feet from the existing home, which just wasn't appropriate. So we're redesigning it so that there's some more distance and it creates more privacy.
Yes, this was the approved plan, approved Board of Health plan.
right, so I can see in that one.
Oh, that's interesting.
Well, the mystery is starting to be solved.
Yes. It shows that a building and septic can be placed on this site without impacting wetlands.
Right.
I do want to note that the buffer zone is because the abutter did ask for it. It was an act of good faith that Mr. Bangford is moving to look into the buffer zone. We still don't think there's going to be any adverse effects to the wetland or the adjacent buffer zone outlined in the Wetlands Protection Act or the Douglas bylaw. So moving into the buffer zone was a good idea for both the abutter and also for Mr. Bangford as he discussed having the house look out into the forest itself and having a little bit better of a look into the wetland for whoever's purchasing the property.
But it also shows that a redesign could reduce the amount of impact within the buffer zone, which I would be strongly in favor of. You know, I know you have a neighbor that would like a lot of space between them and the new house, but that's really not up to us to, you know, that's not our prerogative. We're the Conservation Commission, and if this house could be, you know, repositioned and reduce impact on the wetland and the limit of work line be brought back, you know, I'd like to see it brought back to the 50-foot buffer line instead of 25-foot buffer line.
Through the chair?
Yes.
Might I do some citations to assist from the wetland regulations?
Sure.
So I'm going to cite section 10.3 of the Town of Douglas Wetland Protection Regulations. And I'll bring it up on screen if you switch out with me, Tom.
Oh, it's actually Kevin, that's the one I
Oh, it's
shared.
Kevin. Oh, Kevin, thank you. Okay. So just some background. Okay. Section 10.3, presumption. Based on previous projects in the buffer zone, the commission shall presume that work in the categories shown in Table 1 within the tabulated distances from a resource area will result in alteration of the resource area and will require that the applicant maintain a strip of continuous undisturbed vegetative cover within the 100-foot buffer area unless the applicant can demonstrate to the commission that the area or part of it may be disturbed without harm to the values protected by the town bylaw. The presumption is rebuttable and may be overcome upon a showing by a preponderance of evidence that the nature of the proposed work, special design measures, construction controls, or site conditions will prevent alteration of the resource area and will cause no significant harm to the areas or values protected by the bylaw. And I'll just stop there. I think that pretty much says the story. So for residential activity, including residential lots and multifamily residential development, limit of work or disturbance 25 feet and limit of building 50 feet. What I'll note there is, tell me if you think differently, Mr. Chairman. The way I read this is that the applicant shall maintain a strip of continuous undisturbed vegetated cover within the 100-foot buffer area unless the applicant can demonstrate the commission, et cetera, So the way I read it, the commission has full control over the 100-foot buffer zone under the bylaw. These are minimum distances, so I just want to put that out there.
Right, and it doesn't mean that just because there are minimum distances, well, we approve it, as a matter of the fact.
By right.
By right. It's not a by right. It's every site is different, every site has different requirements, and obviously we do approve up to 25 feet for disturbance and 50 feet for a building on sites where, you can't do anything else. This isn't that site, in my opinion.
Right. In fact, it goes on to say, depending upon site conditions and project characteristics, the commission might also find that work at greater distances from the resource area will alter the resource area.
So, there's tree planting and screening that can be done along the property line to buffer the neighbor if the neighbor, if that is a concern of the applicant.
Right. So my recommendation is it's kind of job security for Mr. Schutz here. He has the task of proving to the commission that the work as currently proposed will not alter the resource area, and present a plan and rationale to the commission for you to listen to and either agree or disagree with.
That's correct.
Yeah. That's right. So maybe a little more in-depth analysis by Mr. Schutz is forthcoming for the next meeting.
That's right.
Correct.
That's fair.
Any comments from Jim or Mike?
No, I'm good with that for more in-depth for the next meeting.
From the... Can you state your name and address?
My name is Pam Schwartz, 343 Southeast Main Street. I am that abutter. And Mr. Betancourt and I and Jim have talked about this at length, and when you understand the nature of the environment of the town of Douglas, we've got minimum 2-acre lots. These are nice lots, and to put houses within the minimum distance from a house lot that exists is sort of unnerving and out of character for the environment that we're in down on Southeast Main Street. And so with that in mind, we have talked with Chris about this, and he has been willing to work with us on moving the house more than that 25 or 27 feet from the, and you can move it. I'm from Conservation Commission for 19 years here in Douglas. I worked on this wetland bylaw and drafted it. So I understand the nature of the bylaw and what permissions you can and can't grant. So for Mr. Betancourt to work with us and move the house a decent distance from the boundary between the two houses seems to be in keeping with the intentions of the bylaw for the nature of that environment. If it is a beautiful environment out there, you don't expect to see houses on top of one another like a village residential community area in town. So with that in mind, if the proposal allows for that kind of maintenance of the nature of the area and that community, we would certainly like to have your consideration on it in approving this lot as he has proposed.
Yeah, absolutely. We will definitely consider that. And, we're not saying that we don't want your house to be screened and to have good separation. But we would like the position of the house maybe and to be looked at a little bit. And maybe it can be better for you and for the wetlands.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a comment, if it's okay.
Sure, name and address.
Chris Betancourt, 41 Mystic Valley Lane, Uxbridge.
Thank you, Chris.
Would it be advantageous if I chose an exact house design that fits what I was in keeping with in my statement, that you could see maybe a conceptual finished drawing of it on that lot?
I mean, we're open to reviewing whatever you would like to propose that you feel will help us to understand, the position and why that is chosen and, what's best. So,
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks. Being that we can't close it because we don't have the DEP number, will you accept a continuance?
Yes.
All right.
Sure, I'll make a motion for continuance for, hold on, sorry. For 299 Southeast Main Street, Lot 9, Single Family, Map 266, Lot 13.9, to continue to our September 9th, sorry, I'm a little ahead of myself, August 19th. Next hearing.
Want to second that, Mike?
Second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded to continue the public hearing to August 19th
Sorry.
at 6:30 PM. All those in favor?
Jim Foran, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye. Thank you.
That's 6:30. All right. We've got two others before the Orange Street ones. Yep, so we got two other new ones to do. Two other new ones.
Now we're on Davis Street?
Yes.
Okay. I'll be in the hall.
Okay, next up is our 6:30 PM public hearing for NOI DEP number 143-11. No complete DEP number at this time. Notice of intent for Robert Speroni and Scott Leonard, Davis Street. They're requesting a wood processing area for map 191, lot 6, 7, and 33. You want to make a motion to waive the reading of the public hearing?
Yep, I will make a motion to waive the reading of the public hearing.
Mike, second?
Second.
Motion's been made and second to waive the reading of the public hearing. All those in favor?
Jim Foran, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye. Now open the public hearing. Is there someone here to speak to this project?
There is Mark Allen from Allen Engineering Associates. Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you, Mark. Thank you.
Great. Again, Mark Allen with Allen Engineering here representing Scott Leonard and Rob Speroni for a project off of Davis Street, just to the east of number 149 Davis Street. There are a couple of wetlands that were identified and flagged and located on our plans. I'm wondering if I can share my screen to sort of help explain the project.
Yep, sounds good.
Okay. Great. Okay, can everybody see that on the screen?
Yes.
Great. I'm going to go back a page. This is the grading sheet, but I'm going to go back a page. As I mentioned, the project is on the southwest side of Davis Street. It is just to the side of 149, which is a commercial industrial building. And the parcel in blue, highlighted in blue, represents about 7.5 acres of property that have been co-owned by Rob Speroni and Scott Leonard for a number of years. And we have gone out, we've had the wetlands identified, surveyed, topographic survey done, and a wood processing area set. So this plan that I have colored up here for you highlights 2 wetland series, one of which is along Davis Street here in green, and the one in the rear that is sort of separated by the development on 149 Davis Street. What Scott and Rob are looking to do is bring their company and their use to a parcel on Davis Street that will basically take in woody material being stumps, logs, and branches that don't have any grass or leaves associated with them, and just an area to process those materials and to then take those materials off-site. So as far as the commission is concerned, off of Davis Street, there's a small area of about 1/4 of an acre highlighted in red that will be within the buffer zone. The necessary roadway access is going to be in this location, as far away from that green bordering vegetated wetland in this area. And to the rear, we're also greater than 50 feet away, and there's a small area of about 1/2 an acre, or 1/4 of an acre to the rear of the property that will be used for stormwater management and off-grading so as to protect the nearby wetlands from future storms. The overall area that's going to be used is going to be a flat area, kind of highlighted here with the hatch. That area represents about 1.5 acres of land that's going to be accessed by that gravel drive. Nothing is going to be impervious on the property. Everything is going to remain sort of a gravel access drive. We have supplied the commission with a full drainage report, a full notice of intent, and we do not yet have a DEP file number. We hope to have one soon, and we have also, I believe, have enacted Davie Resource Group to do a peer review of the site, of which we haven't received yet. So with that, I'd entertain any questions that the commission may have.
All right, thank you for the presentation. Just to start off with, the proposed grading plan shows a driveway. Is that the location of, there's almost like an existing little driveway there now? Is that correct?
Yes.
I think there's been an excavator parked there for quite some time. That driveway looks like it slopes from the proposed work area all the way to Route 16. So how is that water that's coming down that going to be attenuated?
Absolutely, great question. So there's going to be 2 drainage basins, one that's going to attenuate the water that's going to pitch to the northwest, and one that's going to attenuate the water from to the southeast. The driveway will be pitched in such a way that it will be directed towards a swale. That swale will then collect the water. It'll have stormwater check dams prior to an infiltration basin. And that's where the driveway gets steep. We kept the driveway off of Davis Street very flat, I think about 2% grade, and then increased it to about an 8 to 10% grade, where the attenuation then captures the water.
So you're saying that water where the 8% grade is not coming straight down the driveway? It's supposed to be going to the swale that's at the side? Is that right?
Exactly right.
Okay, I think you need more.
Yes, that driveway will be pitched towards that swale, yes.
All right. I'd like to make sure that that is the case. It doesn't feel that way looking at it to me, but if you say it is, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, on a plan view, it's difficult to read, but if these contours were flat across the driveway or pitched in this location, that'd be going the other way. But the 2% cross slope towards the swale indicates that is pitched towards that swale.
All right, so it's pitching that way at 2%.
maybe through peer review, we can kind of button that up.
Right. And then it looks like after about elevation 472, maybe 471, the water just continues all the way down to the road, correct?
It does, yeah, that's the unattenuated portion of the gravel drive, correct.
Okay.
The reason being, we tried to get that water into the basin a little bit sooner, but due to the on-site soil testing and the groundwater separation, we couldn't set our basin any lower than 467.
Okay.
And therefore, that set our bottom elevation of the stormwater basin where we could accept water.
Is there any way to at least slope that, that driveway towards that? Like, it looks like a kind of a, oh, that's within the buffer zone, isn't it? I thought I saw like a big area there, open area to the north of the driveway. But,
This area here?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's where we tried to put the basin initially, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
And the groundwater separation and the groundwater mounting analysis and the offsets that Mass DEP has just didn't let us get it that low. We were at the groundwater elevation in that area.
All right. I'd just like to at least make sure that that driveway pitches that way instead of just pitches straight towards Route 16. And maybe it already does. Maybe it already does. But, you know, just like you said, it pitches at 2% towards the swale. As it gets past elevation 470, it should still pitch in that same direction towards that open area.
Understood. Yeah.
Okay. What is the surface of the graded area?
Just gravel, just compacted gravel. So what they're going to do is they're going to strip and remove the topsoil and subsoil, grade the area, the natural material there, not bring in any material in, but just utilize what the natural material is below the subsoil, and that's all they need to basically take in the stumps and the wood so as to split it and or grind it and then get the grindings off-site. So there's no building associated with this project. There will be forthcoming planning board applications that are going to delve deeper into the area that's out of the commission's jurisdiction. That top slope area, that workable area, is going to be part of a special permit and a site plan review with the planning board to go over the processes by which the applicants look to grind stumps, like I say, and split logs, and then take the material off-site.
Okay. I don't see any grading on the area where the processing is taking place. What direction is that pitching?
Sure, and it's part of the drainage analysis. What we're doing is we're creating a flat pad. I'm going to kind of zoom in for you if you can see the screen. We're taking this sort of top of hill elevation at about 496, bringing that down to roughly, I think it's 486. Yeah, 486 is basically the pad elevation, and then you'll see a 484 elevation in this area, which will take the majority of the water to the north, and then the 486 will come down to 484, and then bring the slope down into the basin to 467 in this location. So we're trying to create a pad elevation of about 486.
Okay. I've asked my questions. Do you have any questions, Jim?
No, I don't.
Mike? All right. I have a few more. What is the slope on the embankment within the buffer zone on the south side of the site?
Yeah, that's a 3-to-1 slope.
Oh, the south side.
And how will that be finished?
That is going to be loam and seeded, and based on and the peer reviews previous applications, I'm going to guess that's going to be with a wild seed mix, so as to not be mowed, but just sort of let to go to sort of a wild seed buffer zone mix.
Okay. And if I understand the grading, the water does not flow over that bank, it flows back into the site towards the detention basin. Is that correct?
The majority of it does, yes.
Okay. And then on the other side of the site, you have a slope down into the wetland on the north side. What is that slope?
That as well is a 3-to-1 slope. And there's very minor grading in that area to the I guess the southwest side. We have designed a secondary basin. It doesn't take a lot of water, but it's basically just a capture area to bring the water from any of the processes that go on the property and bring that stormwater into a settling basin and then overflow via a stone broadcrest weir.
Okay. And is the slope, this is outside of our jurisdiction, I realize, but the slope that's on the uphill side, is that 3-to-1 as well, or is that steeper?
It is, yes.
Okay. And is that to be seeded with a grass mix?
Yes, it's going to be constantly used. So I would say that area is going to be constantly used. So I'm going to see what Davie Resource Group recommends. I don't think so because it's so much further away from the wetland. I think that's going to be more of a regular grass seed mix.
Okay. How do you keep the wood material from washing off of the pad and into the detention basins, or floating off and going into detention basins?
No, very good question. That'll be part of the operation and maintenance plan of the whole facility. The good news is that all of the wood material is up gradient of the 2 drainage basins, so anything that may or may not flow off during heavy rainstorms will be caught, whether, they may be caught in the stone check dams, and then worst case scenario, they get caught inside the actual drainage basins, and after the storm events have cleared, any sort of wood products can be manually removed from the 2 drainage basins.
Okay. All right, so at this point, I think my only comments are, it would be to, on the northern side of the site, is to make sure that the grading indicates that the pad is going to move water towards the drainage basin and not towards the wetland.
Yes.
Because it's not really clear to me, looking at the grading plan, that that's the case in that area there. So maybe some spot grades or something like that would be useful. That's all I have.
Understood. And like I said, we're anticipating Davie Resource Group to give a full recap and have any sort of DEP comments that we haven't received yet as part of their review as well.
Okay, thank you. Any comments? Yes.
Hi, I'm Diane Forget. I'm from Monroe Street in Douglas, and I'm one of the abutters for the property. And so my interest obviously was hearing to see what the proposal was for that piece of property, but I also wanted to mention that it is the same owners that have come in behind 119 that I have called to report last year with no permit and no notice, when they came in and just cleared all the land down behind 119. And the place is left in shambles. The owner didn't assume any responsibility for moving any of those copious amounts of tires that are all over the property back there. And I believe they didn't even have a permit. So somebody from the town board came out to take a look. And then, of course, we never heard back as to what was proposed. So I just think that they warrant some watching. There's lots of wetlands back there. I believe that they were well within the 100-feet buffer zone. And then there was no regards also for the wildlife that traveled through. We have several cameras up because I enjoy watching the travel. So the deer population, the fisher cats, as well as turkeys and stuff like that. It was all piled more or less to a property line, but that inhibited the animals from actually being able to pass on their normal route. So I just think that they need to be watched thoroughly. Hopefully they will follow through, but all of that transpired without any notices at all, and it was disheartening.
Now, which is the other property? You said behind 119 Davis?
Yeah, you know Jack's Junkyard?
No.
The railroad bed.
The what, railroad?
The railroad bed, the Grand Trunk bed?
Yes.
Right, so if you're standing there at the opening that will lead to Monroe, from Davis on the right-hand side, is Jack's Junkyard, right? Now, on the left-hand side is where they came through with the excavator.
Okay,
And I don't think they had permits to clear,
okay.
especially copious acres of land.
Yep,
Back there. And then the owner, obviously, you assume, even if it's tires or whatever, when you buy the land, you assume that you have to clear that. There's lots of debris that they've left behind. So I'm hoping with this wood facility that there's not copious amounts of junk all over the place either.
right. Okay.
So I just wanted
No, thank you for your concern. Yep, thank you very much.
the wildlife traveling through and the wetlands, because
Right.
they're on top of the wetlands.
Yes, they're close on either end. Thank you. Any other comments? Anyone on Zoom have any comments? All right. Being that we don't have the DEP number for this project, we're going to have to continue it. So you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I can make a motion to continue, where is it, for Robert and Scott Leonard. They're on Davis Street, wood processing area map 191 lot 6, 7, and 33, to continue to the next meeting of August 19th.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded to continue this public hearing till August 19th at 6:30. All those in favor?
Jim Four and I.
Mike Rocco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye. Thank you.
Great,
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much, appreciate your time.
Yep,
6:30.
thank you. Moving on to item number 12, public hearing. Notice of intent for Scott and Marta Tessier, 19 Cobblestone Lane, for a garage and driveway, map 189, lot 39.5. You want a motion for waiving?
I'll make a motion to waive the reading of the public hearing.
You second that?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to waive the reading of the public hearing. All those in favor?
Jim Four and I.
Mike Rocco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye. I would now like to open the public hearing. Is there someone representing this project? You can come forward and state your name and address, please.
Hi, I'm Scott Tessier, 19 Cobblestone Lane. I'm the
Thank you,
owner.
Scott.
This is number 12.
Okay. Can you explain the project a little bit?
The project is we're building a 3-car garage in the rear of our property, and we're going to continue our driveway going up to the rear of the property. We hired Glenn Kowalski as our environmental specialist. He wasn't able to make it tonight, and with no DEP number, we're going to have to ask for a continuance.
Yep.
And I know before, there's an issue with, they're questioning the stream in the wetlands, but Glenn worked with Greer and Hanlon, and they found the documentation to prove that the stream actually didn't exist. It was intermittent.
Intermittent. Okay, not perennial.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Where is Cobblestone Lane? Is that off of Franklin?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, the Stonegate Estates.
Stonegate, yeah, that's what I thought. All right.
So this was the old working lot of the Stonegate Estates. So it was wide open sand pit area when we moved in.
So is this on Maple too? Is it close to Maple?
No, well, Maple's in front of it, right? In front of the Stonegate Estates, yes. Yep, okay. I think that's Maple.
Oh, so the street across from you?
Yeah, I think it's across and over a little bit.
No, that's Old Carriage Lane.
Yep, so that would be the other side of the
Gotcha.
neighborhood.
Oh, I know.
Old Carriage.
Right.
It's like a big U.
Yeah, you're back in. All right. So have you looked at it, Brandon?
I have, and I've been there. I have the site plans up right now, if you have any questions about those, but I also have a picture narrative. Okay, and let's go to the pictures. Okay. Here we go. So this is on the right side of the house, looking towards the back. So the proposal is for an in-ground pool and a garage, and construction already began on these, but it's currently suspended, I presume, to take care of this. Okay, so there's the area where the pool is proposed.
Is the pool within the buffer? It's not, is
The
it?
pool is outside the buffer zone.
Right, but it's in the potential 200-foot riverfront area, which I want to talk about a little bit
Yes,
more in depth.
please do, yep.
But beautiful outwash material right here. Looking back at the house. There we go. Blurry.
Okay.
But there's more. Wait, there's more.
No, I know.
And looking back towards the back, so the back area, so this is the pile on the left associated with the pool that's close to the house, and I'm looking towards the back, and I guess you got the foundation hole for the garage also excavated out.
Yep.
right?
Yeah, when we actually went for the permit, that's when we found out we were going to be in the buffer zone, and we stopped that day doing anything.
Right. All right, so then we walk down a pretty steep slope down and into the wetlands, and this is a typical buffer zone area right here. This is the slope leading down to the wetlands. It's pretty steep.
Yep.
Okay. And then we're into the wetland. And within the wetland is a stream bed. And we're also up against the Grand Trunk Railroad here as well.
Yep.
And the stream flows northward and underneath, through a culvert underneath the Grand Trunk. Okay? And this is the culvert that goes underneath the Grand Trunk right here. And this is the stream bed, which I will admit it was dry. I have procedural questions on this, or inquiries, and I inquired into DEP Central Region because the woman who wrote the letter for Gary and Halnan in 1999 is now the section chief of DEP Central Region. She did that back when she was a private consultant. So I said, who better to ask this question to? Because if you look into the riverfront area section of 310 CMR 10, it has certain provisions about being able to do observations of a perennial stream to change the classification from perennial to intermittent. And there are also some special provisions for streams prior to 2002. So this was documented in 1999. And, you know, my personal opinion on it, my professional opinion on it is that That was part of an application back in the turn of the century. We have applications that are valid for 3 years periods. There's a reason why. And I'm hesitant to accept a letter stating that the stream is intermittent back in 1999, now that we're in 2024. See where I'm getting at? So I wanted to talk to Judy Schmitz about it, but she was on vacation. So I talked to another analyst named Tom Rabula, and he says, yeah, I had the same questions that you have, Brandon, and I was going to talk to Judy about it because I'm unsure about how this goes, but he says the DEP file number is not going to be issued before your meeting on Monday, so you'll have some more time to do the analysis. So I think that's where we're at. Otherwise,
Is it a stream on the USGS?
it is. It is a solid blue line.
It is solid.
It is a solid blue line. In fact, in this picture right here, I'm walking down the center line of it, and it's hardly a center line. See this, where the hand is? Right there?
Uh-huh.
That's where the stream is. And you say it's dry as a bone, right? So it would be pretty easy to take 4 days' worth of pictures now.
Yes. We're not in a drought.
We're not in a drought. There's no, I looked upstream physically. I've looked at the maps. There's no upstream impoundments. I don't know of any significant surface water or groundwater withdrawals. The other caveats. So, I mean, my recommendation is to do the 4 days of observations now instead of relying on a report from 1999. But if that's the direction you want to go, I'm going to do a little more investigation with DEP because I have never had someone attempt to use a letter from 1999 regarding observations of a perennial stream being dry. They're 25 years old now. I've never had anything like that happen before. So I need to get a little more clarification from DEP on it. That's okay with you, Mr. Chairman?
It's fine with me, yes. I mean, I think that judging by your photos, that we can be pretty confident that that is not a perennial stream. But I think that you should look into it further, for sure.
Okay.
And I would agree, we had another situation with another stream between Martin and Depot Street, which was right on the borderline of being perennial or intermittent, and they had to redo some of the calculations, and the calculations showed that it was more, it was 0.51, I think, and 0.5 is the limit or something like that.
0.01 cubic feet per second is the limit, yeah.
All right.
So, my opinion is if it's more than 3 years old, if it's part of an old application that's expired, really should require fresh observations, but that's just me.
And that's what this other one had to do. Okay, I would agree. All right. You okay?
Otherwise, other than that, I'm okay. It's just a matter of assessing jurisdiction.
Now, the plan shows that the proposed garage is outside of the 100-foot buffer, is it?
I think there's a
And there might be
tiny
a tiny bit of the
sliver
corner of the building that might be
just
within?
touches it.
Okay, but the driveway,
We'll go through because the
in the
inside of the existing driveway is within the 100-foot buffer.
Here's the plan, Mr. Chairman. So my cursor right here
yes.
is following the 100-foot buffer zone. Right here.
Right.
Right, so the driveway and just that very little corner of the garage will be in jurisdiction. Do you have any concerns regarding stormwater runoff under the bylaw?
I would have a little bit of concern where I see the driveway being close to that steep slope, and there's some grading in that corner, off the corner of the garage, and to make sure that that water's not running off of that and hitting that steep slope and going down the hill where it could possibly erode, so.
If I may, I actually do know, with existing grade, they did gravel, they're going up the sides of the driveway as well, and then there was going to be a, like a basin over on the other side of the garage that they were putting in.
Okay, are they shown on the site plan?
Yeah, I see a proposed
I do.
2-foot cul-de-sac
Yeah.
with 12-inch stone surround on the,
Right, and I do see 1 foot by 1 foot gravel piece stone diaphragm going around the, most of the perimeter of the driveway. So that's good. And it's very, very sandy and dry right here, so I think that would be.
I mean, it's just going to
without doing further-
disappear into this soil,
Oh,
for
it's going to
sure.
fly through, in my opinion.
Again, I'm just concerned about that one corner and maybe not having the water flow go towards that corner
Yeah.
where it's, you have a fill and it's steep. That's my comment.
Okay.
So is the recommendation to take 4 days of the observation of the stream right now? Is that what we should do?
Through the chair, that is my recommendation. I think it's the easiest way out of it, instead of potentially getting into a fight about what the regulations say.
Okay.
I think it would be pretty easy to do. They have to be taken by what's called a quote-unquote competent source. So the competent source would have to be a wetland professional.
Okay.
So it will be an added expense, which I don't like to do, but I think that's the proper procedure. If Mr. Kravatsky or your representative wants to come in and argue it otherwise, they're welcome to do that as well.
I'll recommend that we take the photos.
I think it would be pretty easy.
No problem.
Yeah, it's the clearest and best way.
Yep.
All right. Any comments from anybody? No comments. Jim, any comments?
No,
thoughts?
I'm good.
Mike, you're okay? Should we continue?
Yep.
You're all right to continue? We have to continue.
All right.
All right. Make a motion.
Make a motion to continue to our next meeting for August 19th for 19 Cobblestone Lane, map 189, lot 39.4.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to continue the public hearing for 19 Cobblestone Lane. All those in favor?
Jim Foran, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye. Thank you. All right, next up, old business, finally.
Well, you know, once a month in the summer. I'm not complaining.
Agenda item number 13, NOI, Notice of Intent for DEP number 143-1105. Public hearing continued on a notice of intent for Christopher Betancourt, Orange Street, lot number 10, single-family home, map 266, lot 13-10. Should we waive, we don't
No,
have to.
this is an old business.
We don't, it's old business, don't have to do that again. All right, I'm going to open the public hearing then. Is someone here representing Mr. Betancourt?
Yes.
And?
4 of us.
All 4 of you again.
Tom Schutz from Gatto Consulting here on behalf of Mr. Betancourt. I'm also here with Kevin Deniers too for Lot 10 of Orange Street.
Okay, thank you. Where are we at with this?
So at the last hearing, I believe we answered the majority of the questions. There was just one request to add the existing stone wall to the site plan, and that has been done and submitted. We were also waiting for our DEP file number at that point, which we have received and we have comments from. We've responded to DEP and also sent in updated stormwater plans, which Kevin has spoken about previously at the last Lot 9 hearing, which we can certainly talk more about. So now we were just waiting for the review from ecosystem solutions in Margaret on our stormwater drainage calculations.
Pretty much it.
Okay,
Through the
Brandon.
chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with what Mr. Schutz just said. As far as the site design and where everything is placed on the lot in regards to, in relation to the wetlands itself, which are across the street, I think they've done everything that the commission has asked them to do. They've shown the stone wall, they've shown the trees that were going to replace the ones that were removed along the property line closest to the wetland. The issue that remains is we were waiting on the DEP file number, and DEP came out and said they had their comments regarding the stormwater. So Mr. Demare, he submitted a revised stormwater management report. We received it on Friday afternoon. Right, so Margaret has given it a very preliminary review, and this is all the same thing as we were just talking about with Lot 299 Southeast Main Street, Lot 9. Same situation, and I recommend that Kevin and Margaret get together and talk about all the things that DEP mentioned in their comments and in the email that was sent today that I read into the record for Lot 9 earlier tonight. Unfortunately, Margaret, did not, given that it came in on Friday afternoon, she did not have enough time before tonight to give it the thorough analysis. And we're talking about not just this individual lot, but this is part of the larger subdivision of greater than 4 lots. That's what DEP had, was talking about in the comments, and that's what Kevin submitted was the overall for all the lots, lots 1 through 12 and a couple more, right? So that's really what she's reviewing at the moment. And this stormwater report is not being reviewed by Planning Board because these are A&R lots, so it really falls upon the Conservation Commission to do that review. So my hope is that the applicant is willing to give it one more continuance to be able to finish that review for the stormwater per DEP's comments.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Brandon. I was going to ask you if that's what you were proposing. And I agree. I mean, if we haven't been able to complete our review because we didn't receive materials until Friday afternoon, then I think we should have time to do that.
And Margaret is online, ready to speak on this. I think it's going to be very similar to what, she said for Lot 9, but would you mind if she spoke a few minutes?
No, I'd like to hear from her.
Thank you. Margaret, you there?
Sure.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, yes, same with the other lots there. I have to look at this stormwater management plan as a whole, and then also look at each individual lot and their stormwater structures to see if it adheres to the stormwater standards. So it's a process, and it's going to take a little time, certainly more than a few hours. And as discussed, I will, to help expedite things, I will coordinate with Kevin Demers through the process before the next meeting. So any issues I have, he can address.
Okay, thank you. Is the applicant,
I have
any
a couple
comment?
comments
Sure.
that I'd like to make. First and foremost, we've been acting diligently upon information coming from the town to whatever the town wants, conservation or planning board or whatever it may be. We're trying to the best of our ability to adhere to the requests and the rules. I don't know if you know, Matt, when those 2 lots were approved as A&Rs, but I believe it's been 18 months, something to that nature of going through the process. And I kind of understand, that things take time. I guess I fail to understand why we have to go all the way down this road, and we can't be concurrently working on different aspects of the approval at the same time, that it doesn't just get added to the end and get added to the end and get added to the end. And, you know, Brandon and I were having a discussion in the hallway about this, and the gist of the conversation was that we designed, or Dupree designed, the infiltration system above and beyond what was what the requirements were. At my request, I asked them to just make it bigger, so that if anything comes up, it's bigger than it has to be. And it's not a matter of me trying to save a load of gravel or two. It's a matter of what's going to satisfy everybody. And we talked about moving it down closer to the road so that it could pick up some of the driveway runoff and the impervious surface. And, you know, then you're starting to get into the buffer zone, so there's limitations to what you can do. But I'm willing to put it as close as you want to the road, so that even that last 10-foot stretch of road that you can't do anything with isn't running onto a dirt road and creating a puddle. So it's whatever you guys are asking for is what we're willing to give. So noting that the infiltration basin goes in during the last month of a build and can be sized, dug deeper, made larger, more baffles. It's the last thing that goes in before the gutter system on a house. There's 3 months worth of time for you guys to make adjustments on the infiltration system to whatever standards that you see that are relevant to this. And I'm asking that, you know, I'm able to proceed with my well permit, have my wells put in, and get the lot prepared, you know, for a customer to come on and view it and go down the road, knowing that it's the matter of, is the infiltration basin 20 feet long or is it 30 feet long? Is it 5 feet deep? Is it 8 feet deep? That's really irrelevant to the grand scope of that lot. And that standard would work on both lot 10 and 11. You know, it's not like they're a tiny lot and you're trying to fit something in. These lots are big. And there's plenty of room for that infiltration basin to move around and or get larger without disturbing anything. So that's all I'm asking, is that the lot can finally progress after 18 months, so that we can at least get our wells in, get the water tested, start working down the road of getting a building permit application ready, which is going to take a month anyway. But at least let me get to the point where, you know, you can be the last one to sign off on the building permit on this infiltration basin, but let me get at least to that starting gate and not have to start another month from now. And all these things that I'm proposing are not impactful. I mean, the wattle's out there. We have a limit of disturbance already established. And, you know, I could even have masons working on that wall too. So that way, when things do happen, that part of it's there. And I don't know if part of that wall is to try to contain any wash off, any water runoff. If that's the case, then it would be beneficial that I have masons over there putting this wall in that you're asking for in advance. So that's all I'm asking.
All right.
Through the chair, may I suggest that Tom Schutz or...
Name and address, please.
Matthew Watsky, counsel for Mr. Bettencourt. I'd like to suggest that either Kevin or Tom put up the site plan so that we can see where work is actually contemplated on the lot. I wonder whether there's a good bit of work, Chris, that you're suggesting you'd like to get started on that's actually outside the buffer zone, and if there's no dispute about the extent of the accuracy of the wetland line, then perhaps you can get started on things like the wall that you discussed and the like before we complete the permitting review.
I'll say, you know, two things in regard to in response to what you just said, and that, it hasn't been before us for 18 months.
Oh, I know.
I don't know how long it has been, it's longer than you'd like, I'm sure, but,
I think 4 hearings.
yeah. And so, and believe me, we want to put things behind us, too.
Yeah.
It doesn't do us any good to come and look at the same plans week after week and month after month. So, I mean, we want to make sure we're moving things along as well. So we're not purposely trying to slow things down. It doesn't do us any good. Brandon, I mean, is there an avenue to allow any work? Yeah, some work.
I think so.
And is it,
For example, the well. The well is...
if it's outside the 100 foot?
Outside the buffer zone. Right? So
Right.
I don't think there'd be a problem with that.
And I don't either.
Okay. What do we got here? The house itself. Could he start working on the foundation? I suppose so, but then what happens, I mean, this is worst-case scenario. The chances of it happening, I think, are very low, but what if in the end, the commission denies issues a denial under the order of conditions? That means that his access up to the house would be denied, right? So I suppose that construction on the house could go forward at the applicant's peril, right? Same goes with the septic system, which is outside of the buffer zone. Same thing goes with the Cultec unit for the infiltration, all at the applicant's peril.
What about access itself? Access itself is through the buffer zone to be able to
It
get
is
in
true,
there.
that's true, because there's grading proposed. So if there is going to be access to it, it would have to be from somewhere else.
Well, I mean, that gravel area is still in place on 12 and brings you right up to
Right, so that's...
11 and 10.
Yeah, and we can't deny access to a property.
Say that again?
We can't really deny access to a property from a street. I mean, I know we can deny any impact on wetlands.
I think that you can.
You can, okay.
Yeah, I think you can. There's certain provisions in 310 CMR 10 about wetland crossings, right? And
Sure.
The whole idea is to prevent a takings lawsuit, right? But if Mr. Betancourt can go through that access on Lot 12 through the uplandy area, which I think is possible, then he could start work on the well, the house, the septic system, the infiltration system, even parts of the driveway. It's just a section of the driveway right by the road with the grading that is physically in jurisdiction, right?
Right.
The problem is that I was ready, sorry.
I'm sorry.
I was ready to see this thing get approved. But then, we didn't have a DEP file number, and then they came out with the stormwater comments.
Right.
Which led to this document right here,
Which we have to,
which we have to...
we're bound to review and
bound
to
to-
include it.
I agree. And this came in, it's revised July 11th. I received it in my inbox on Friday, so not quite enough time, unfortunately. I would love to put this thing to bed, but my opinion is that it's a little more involved than just saying we over-designed it. So is it that good enough? I wish it was, but we have some regulatory responsibility to make sure that the stormwater standards are being adhered to, and that's what Margaret and Kevin can work on.
And I understand that, and I'm not saying, what's done is done, you can't go back. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that this page remains open until it closes, and it closes once you've reviewed the DEP's narrative and have decided what is needed. I can't imagine that it's going to change that much. I mean, like I said, is it 2 feet deeper? Is it 10 feet wider? There's plenty of room for that to grow in whatever direction it needs to suffice. So all I'm asking is, because that's the last thing, one of the last things you do before you put in a lawn, that we've got 3 months or 4 months before, we need to install it. and it can morph for the next 30 days or whatever. I'm just asking to be allowed to get started.
Well, here's another question, Mr. Chairman. Will the building department even issue the building permit without the order of conditions to begin?
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so either.
All right. Through the chair, and Matthew Watsky for Mr. Betancourt. One possibility that I would like to suggest is if the commission is willing to issue an order of conditions here, recognizing that the access is coming from an existing road where the buffer zone it's going through is buffered to a wetland that's on the opposite side of the road, that you consider issuance of an order of conditions that has a condition in it that requires, let's call it after the fact, confirmation that the stormwater management for the roof runoff and the driveway satisfy the town's peer review engineer, so that you could actually issue an order but have the condition for confirmation of that afterwards.
We still have to go through another approval process at the end for a certificate of occupancy. So,
Well, yeah, what I'm trying to focus on is having an actual order of conditions issued so that the building inspector can issue his building permit, so that you can get access to the property from the adjacent lot without going through buffer zone, build the foundation, and then finish this process by getting the stormwater infiltration system designed to the peer reviewer's satisfaction, and then build that after you get that after the fact approval.
So could that end up being an RDA after the fact?
No, it would just be a modification of the order of conditions.
Through the chair.
Oh, come on, I was going to ask you what you thought. It seems, quite honestly, it seems reasonable to me.
I think so. I mean, if you're going to access it through a different avenue and not go through, then put the condition with the condition.
Okay, so let me pose this scenario. This is a worst-case scenario, but it's a scenario nonetheless. Margaret and Kevin cannot come up, they don't see eye to eye, and Margaret is not on board with the stormwater analysis. Okay, and recommends denial. Okay, in the end, so you have a conditional approval, is what I'm hearing, and the commission then has 21 days in which to issue the order of conditions, which is, that's the final order of conditions, right? You're not meeting again until more than 21 days from now. So you're not going to be able to go back like in the usual 14 days and talk about it one more time. So I just want to put that scenario out there for you to think about.
I can say one thing that, if you guys are arguing with Dupree over it, I hired Dupree, so if I say make it bigger, make it different, make it what they want, then that's what they're going to do. They're not going to argue with you. They're going to build what you guys want, whatever it is. And I'm saying that in public.
Can I just say something, if you don't mind?
Yes, you may.
Sure, okay.
Just state your name again, please.
Okay, Margaret Bacon, I'm a licensed engineer with Ecosystem Solutions. It's not up to us to do the design. Basically, what my responsibility is to review the HydroCAD calculations and the stormwater plan that Dupree prepared. Now, infiltration basins, so sometimes it's not just as easy as making them bigger, making them higher. It depends upon, the soils and the infiltration rates. Did they use the appropriate calculations to size these infiltration basins correctly? Are they far enough away from the septic system? I can't tell on this plan how far that is from the septic, but it needs to be at least 50 feet. So things like that, if you have to look at these stormwater systems, especially on individual lots, like in 3D, you know, elevation matters, location matters, offset matters. So there's a lot of different parts to this than just making a basin bigger. So I would be hesitant to say that that's fine, go ahead and, you know, approve it just based on, we'll just make the basin bigger, because you know, hopefully it comes down to that, but I can't tell you that at this time without, you know, thoroughly reviewing what was submitted, and I haven't had time to do that.
Okay, thank you, Margaret. Oh, it makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. I mean, based on what I'm hearing, you know, I'm hesitant to go close the hearing and issue an order of conditions tonight, and I would rather wait until our experts are able to get together and review the stormwater calculations and just make it clean and approve this at our next meeting.
Does that allow me to put my well in? Because I can't get a building permit without a well, and that process takes 3 weeks. By then, maybe we'll have an answer by the next meeting.
So that's a question for Margaret. Margaret, is there an offset from the infiltration system to the well as well?
Yes, like the septic, it has to be 100 feet away from the well.
The wells are on the back property line, which is 450 feet deep.
I would say, I want to at least be a little bit accommodating here. I think that if Mr. Betancourt wants to install the well, do it at his own risk.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to the well. I mean, looking at the position of the well and the distance it is from, you know, the buffer zone, both buffer zones, and the dry well, I don't see a reason why that couldn't be put in.
If he accesses it from the road on Lot 12, I think that would probably be the cleanest and easiest way to do it.
Yep. That's fair.
Another item, Mr. Chairman. Matthew
Yes.
Benoit, Director of Community Development. Possibly, to help expedite the process, produce a draft order in time for the next meeting. Might save some time.
That can be done.
Yes, that can be done as well.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry.
Would it be okay if I shared it with Mr. Betancourt in order to head it off at the pass, so to speak, with any comments he might have?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. You want to make a motion to continue?
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, I think you should ask if they, just out of
See the butters.
politeness, if they're willing.
Are you willing to continue the public
I am.
hearing?
We need public comment also.
Sorry. Anybody from the public want to comment on this? No one? All right.
All right, I'll make a motion.
I'm sorry, Kristen Inman of 19 Orange Street. Can I make a comment, please?
You may, absolutely.
I'm just curious what the buffer zone is on Lot 12, because I thought we were letting vegetation grow back there from when he cleared Lot 12 without conservation's approval. That's it, thank you.
All right. You're welcome. We'll look into that and make sure that there's no additional work that impacts wetland. Is that correct?
You could still use the road.
Is it correct that it won't disturb anything?
Yeah, it won't disturb.
Yeah, we created a 12-foot gravel pass that was there for 100 years. And, you know, I don't know if we're opening that up again, but we put gravel down during an ice storm to keep men safe.
Right. And most of it was removed, but some of it is still there, I remember.
No, and I took it out.
We took it out,
I took
okay.
it all out. I
Yeah.
brought in, I don't know, 3 loads of loam.
Okay.
And I planted 16 trees and 75 pounds of flowers and whatever else. We rebuilt the stone wall.
Right.
Yeah, I
And-
think that's done.
And that was approved, it was
Yes,
done.
it was done.
That's behind us.
Yeah, right.
But the access remains as it
Correct.
did for the logging industry.
Right, there's still an opening there.
There's an opening there.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome.
I'll make a motion to continue to August 19th for 6:30 for DP 143-1105. What is it? Orange Street, Lot 10, Single Family Map 266, Lot 13-10.
Second.
All right, motion's been made and seconded to continue the public hearing. All those in favor?
Jim Foran, aye.
Greco, aye.
Mark Mangum, aye. Okay.
So that would be the same for 11 as well? Okay. So we can streamline that.
Unless you want to present anything on it.
Oh, it's the same situation.
It is.
So
It is just, well, it's your prerogative. Is there anything
I
you
don't
want
have
to go over?
anything additional.
There's no
to
new
say.
information on 11? Well, let's open the public hearing anyway
Yeah.
before we start.
See if the public has any comment. Where's the well proposed?
I don't have to read. I'm going to open the public hearing for DEP number 143-1104.
Top left.
Notice of intent by Christopher Betancourt, Orange Street, lot number 11, single-family home, map 266, lot 13-11.
It's already open.
So the public hearing is now open. No more comment,
No
right?
further comment. It's directly adjacent to Lot 10, and it's the same circumstance.
Yeah. It's almost the same design, right? I mean, you have
It's opposite, yeah.
just opposite, wetland along the road, wetland behind. The buildings are all in the middle, outside the 100-foot buffer.
Correct.
And the well for this one is located
It's in the
back in the corner,
northeastern corner.
northeastern corner. Okay. So we would have the same comments for this one and want to finalize the stormwater review and report and then close it. And we'll prepare the order of conditions for our next meeting.
Fair enough.
Any comment from the public regarding this lot and the proposed work? Being that there's no comment, Jim, you want to?
Yep, I'll make a motion to continue to August 19th for 6:30 meeting for Orange Street, Lot 11, Single Family, Map 266, Lot 13-11.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded to continue the public hearing for Orange Street, Lot 11. All those in favor?
Jim Foran, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Mark Mangum, aye.
Okay. Orange should be all set.
Thank you.
Those are just comments, Chief.
Okay, moving on. Item number 15.
Mark? No, thank you. You guys are all set.
You guys are
We're all
good.
set?
Yep.
You're all set.
All right.
I wonder why
Yeah.
you're sticking around.
Well, I wasn't sure.
You want to hang out with us?
Yeah, you want me to take a seat? I can probably recite things now. I thank you for everything.
Thanks.
Yep, thank you.
We'll send them a continuance request form to sign, because it's more than 30 days between the hearings, so.
And
All right, number...
Margaret, you're good. Thank you.
Number 15, public hearing continued for DP number 143-1103, a notice of intent filed by Andrew Leonard, 286 Webster Street, for a commercial development, map 205, lots 2 and 3. I'll now open the public hearing.
I haven't stayed up this late on a school night in a long time.
Hey, you
been
stick
here
with the
in January.
Conservation Commission, man, you're going to stay up late.
Yes.
As everyone remembers, I think we were here a month ago. I'm going to turn it over to Ed. I think Ed, if he's still awake, is there, and Ed can kind of lead us through the changes that we made.
Yeah, this is Ed Avazinis here, again, professional wetland scientist, certified professional soil scientist of Avazinis Environmental Services. I represented this project at the last meeting, and we got a lot of good feedback from the commission and from Mr. Fanoff. And I'll keep it brief. I know you guys had a full menu in front of you this evening, but we heard your concerns. The greatest concern, I think, was we had a temporary limit of disturbance that was within 50 feet of this B-series wetland that was in question. And we called it a temporary limit of disturbance because we wanted to revegetate it all the way back up to 50-something feet. That seemed to be the point of contention with the commission, and you folks wanted to really push it out, so even the temporary LOD was at least 50 feet away. So we've achieved that with the new rendition of the plan. Also, Brandon had asked for some refreshed flagging. Some of the flagging was a little old and tattered, so we had all the flagging is refreshed on site if anybody needs to see it. I know Brandon took a look at it as well. Yeah, I think the second sheet has dimensions. Perfect. Yeah. So this is was the B series wetland. It's this tiny, to me it looks like maybe a man-made hole that has renaturalized. So now we're able to keep the entire temporary LOD 50 feet away. And once the project's complete, we'll have a full 75-foot vegetated buffer zone. There were some current concerns about stormwater as well, which the engineers have started to do a bit of a redesign, just some amendments to their design based on the engineering comments from the planning board. That meeting is Wednesday evening.
Okay. All set, Ed?
Yes. Yeah, I'm happy to take any questions.
Go ahead with your report, please, Brandon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Margaret is still on.
She's still on, and she's going to have something to say as well. So the one thing that they did do here is, in regards to proximity to their disturbance, what they did is they scaled the work area back a little bit so that there is a minimum of 50 feet between the limit of work and the wetland, the B-series wetland, which is the smaller one, which is an isolated vegetated wetland, but still jurisdictional under the local bylaw. And the actual work area is at least 75 feet away. So per the Douglas Wetland Protection Regulations, the minimum setbacks for commercial industrial parking lot or other non-residential activity, the limit of disturbance requirement is 50 feet minimum, and the limit of building is 75 feet. So on this plan that's up on the board, we have 50 feet between the limit of disturbance and 75 feet to the proposed compacted, dense graded gravel storage and driveway area. Right, so I'd say that they've met their minimum setbacks. And then the only other comments that came out of my office were regarding stormwater from Margaret, and I understand that Planning Board is on this, but if it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to allow Margaret a few minutes to talk about her concerns.
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I looked at this, the stormwater plans and report, you know, kind of in a more of a general way, because I understand that the planning board has their own peer review consultant doing a much more detailed study. But one of the things the few things that jumped out at me, and I just received the comments from the peer reviewer for the planning board, and I'm not sure if he brought these comments up or not, but I'll show you, I'll mention some of the, couple of the issues that jumped out at me. So if you look at basin number, infiltration basin number 1 up near the Webster Street, well, I noticed that one there due to ledge, half of the bottom of that basin, a membrane is proposed. So my question is, how is the infiltration capabilities are they gonna change based on that membrane? I don't typically see membranes in the bottom of infiltration basins. And I didn't notice any revisions on the calculations to make up for that. So those were one of my questions. And the other question I have on this basin is that we have the spillway, the emergency spillway facing towards Webster Street, but there's no other outlet. So what jumps out at me is, you know, these stormwater models, you know, tries to, you know, evaluate, you know, the different stormwater events. But infiltration basins can be high maintenance, and if they don't infiltrate the way that we hope they do, or for our calculations, these basins fill up and then spill over, and then you have issues. So my concern with this basin here, because the only outlet is that emergency spillway that faces towards Webster Street and then travels in the westerly direction across the property line into a low point, and you spell that out in your drainage detail. I think it's called DP1. But in order for the stormwater to get there, there's a driveway that it has to cross on the adjacent property, and you don't show that on this plan. So these are a couple of comments for that basin that, like I said, I don't know if Quinn brought that up in their more detailed review or not, but I'd like to get a better understanding regarding those concerns. And then on infiltration basin number 2, if you go back to the other one that's in the middle of the lot, this one here, you have an emergency spillway, and then you also have an outlet structure. And both of those, you know, dump right out onto the adjacent property. And I know one of Quinn Engineering's comments were regarding the amount of discharge for post-development in this area was much more than pre-development. So I believe your engineers are kind of working on that issue. But my issue is that we have this discharge point that points directly to that adjacent property.
Right. Think,
And then,
not to interrupt, Margaret, but think Cubes at Gilboa. That's where Cubes at Gilboa is where a lot of this concern is coming from.
Yep.
I got PTSD from it, so.
Sure. Understandable.
Yeah.
well, I think Douglas, should be a little more aware because of some of the situations that have gone on in town. And, you know, like I mentioned, these HydroCAD drainage analysis, they're a model that we try to represent what would happen, you know, during post-construction conditions. And you hope you get it right, but what happens if you don't? And I think Douglas has seen what can happen if you don't get the numbers right and calculations are wrong. Then you have, you know, problems later on. So it's good to have these discussions now, early on. And then my final comment on this here was towards the rear of the property there, near that isolated wetland and the fence there. I noticed there we have about a 10-foot cut going on, excavation. And I didn't notice any test pits done in that area. And do we know what groundwater is? And if we're going to be cutting into the groundwater in that area. See where you have that little squiggly arrow with the 1%?
Yes.
Right there, yeah. So there's like about a 10-foot cut going on there up into that corner.
So, to answer that one first, I can, while we're talking here, kind of pull up any other soil data I have in that area. We did do a lot of test holes around, but honestly, I think that B series probably exists because of the presence of ledge. I think otherwise it would not be a wetland. So, you know, in my opinion, being that far away and likely being artificially supported by an impervious surface, I would say I wouldn't have a great cause of concern.
Well, it's been my experience, so sometimes, you know, perched water tables can be problematic also, once you cut into them. And where's all that water gonna go? Is it all gonna go towards that stormwater basin there, dump into the neighbor's property?
Right. So like I said, my guess is that there's a bowl of ledge where that B series is, and that's why it's there. But regardless, all those concerns are valid, and I think all of them, maybe not the one about the wetland, but at least the other ones you spoke of were brought up by Quinn and are part of that engineering review. And I know Casali Engineering, who prepared the plans, are still making some revisions. So there will be some revisions to what's shown here, not in regard to the limit of work or that back edge that's closest to the B series or anything over there, but related to their basins. Specifically the concern about water being directed to neighboring properties. That was definitely a concern of Quinn's and is being corrected. I guess Casali Engineering, to give a kind of a simplified version of the story, I am not an engineer, but they were, I guess, looking at it as a kind of a zoomed out perspective of the watershed and seeing that the water is going to this one point off site, but if you look, closer in, there's multiple watersheds that should be accounted for, so they're kind of doing a redesign as far as outlets and capacity and things like that to redirect some of the stormwater flow. So that is being reworked and addressed. Again, all valid concerns. I think that's probably the extent to which I can speak to it, but I'd be happy to bring those questions back to the engineer, provide you more information. I guess I would just ask procedurally, is stormwater being reviewed by both Concom and Planning Board?
Procedurally, we're just looking at it in a general way because Planning Board did a much more detailed review than what I've done.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at this in a general way. Those are the things that popped out at me rather quickly.
Yeah. I like I said, I think they have been brought up by Quinn. I think all those points were reflected. I noted them and will bring them to the engineer myself. And that's probably the extent to what I can do at this point.
Okay, if somebody gets back to us or the commission with answers to these questions, I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
For my concerns.
Sure.
Through the chair.
Yes, Brandon?
I'm embarrassed that I didn't see it first, but Margaret did a very good job of bringing this up with the B-series wetland. As you can see up on the board, there's a 10-foot cut from elevation 856 to 846, with the 856 being approximately 50 feet away from wetland flag B3. So when you have a cut like that, there's always a concern that you might end up lowering the water table of the adjacent wetland because you're lowering the ground elevations next to it, right? So my question to Mr. Avazinas is, does he believe that the cut here will not affect the water table levels within the isolated wetland?
That is my belief after doing many big test pits around this property and seeing a lot of undulating ledge and knowing the character of that land. It's not like it's a, if there was I don't know how I could prove it, but maybe a monitoring of the B-series wetland could be part of the conditions or something.
All right. Ed isn't going to be able to see this, but I want to bring up the plan to show the chairman, and this is an exercise that Margaret did. And what she did, she looked at the stormwater logs, and she wrote down some water tables next to the test hole locations on sheet 3. So I'll show this to the chair. Oops, sorry.
Sorry, I didn't want to use that.
Right, so the point that Margaret was making here is that she got 24 inches, 24, 24, 26, 25, 26, 25.
Is that depth to ledge or to water table?
Both.
Okay.
Right? You see 66, 72, but you notice there's no test holes back here near the B-series.
Where the cut is proposed.
Where the cut is proposed, a 10-foot cut, right? So if you had 24 inches to ledge in water table over in this area, well, what do you have back here? If they do this cut, are they going to be cutting into the groundwater? You know?
So what's, excuse me, to the chair, test hole 24? Because I dug all the test holes, the newer ones, not the previous ones.
Yeah.
I ran the machine, so we snuck up this road and whatever we dug here was ledge. So I'm thinking, what's it say for 24?
24. Surface elevation, reference 60 inches.
Okay, that's the last
So,
one where we got a good depth.
5 feet, and what was your elevation on, was that the depth to ledge?
I honestly can't remember if we hit refusal there. I believe we
Yeah,
did.
refusal, okay, refusal elevation, right, yeah, so 24 was
And that-
down 60 inches, and then seasonal high water table at NE, what does that mean?
I don't know.
Does that know?
Any not encountered.
Not encountered. Okay.
And that area, I think, is a fill in the new proposed area.
Okay, but really, it's the area down by the
2-foot
B-series wetland that,
Right, I mean, that's 200 feet away from the
Right,
B-series
so are you
wetland. We're not
comfortable-
really close enough to know.
are you comfortable,
I'm-
Mr. Chair, with that one being close enough?
No. No, it looks to me like there's a little bit of a high point here. This water falls into it, this water goes away, but the cut starts right on that ridge.
Right, is going to be 1 foot elevation, so it's going from 854 up to, what was it,
844,
856 at the high point, and then coming back down to 846?
846 from 858. property.
Here's the 458. Right, and that's going to,
Well, 10, 12-foot cut.
so if we, let me see, flip it. Right, to this baby right here.
Right, there's your notes, 10-foot cut.
Yeah, 10-foot cut. Yeah, these are all Margaret's notes.
So may I ask a procedural question, if I may? So even if we had test holes here, I don't think there's any way for us to know if this B-series wetland's going to be impacted or not, given the proposal. What would happen if it is? Would an enforcement order and a replication area be necessary? Or is that something they could propose now?
Okay, so let's take that as a worst-case scenario, all right? The commission issues an order of conditions allowing it, and then we find out that it drains this B-series wetland, and it's not a functioning wetland anymore, right?
Right.
What can you do about that? Seeing as you approved it, probably not much of anything. I mean, I suppose that you could try to issue an enforcement order requiring some kind of replication. Maybe that could be a contingency plan, condition the order of conditions.
That's what I'm thinking.
If the applicant is willing to consider that.
What about if we required like a liner, a membrane liner at the top of the cut slope? Which would retard from...
If I may ask, Ed, what would satisfy if I dug a test pit up there?
I think it would give us more knowledge, yes, definitely. I don't know if it's the answer.
I think that if you had dug a few more test pits along the, you can follow the cursor somewhere around, this area right here.
I'm sorry, yeah.
That would give the commission a little more data to feel perhaps a little more confident about the decision-making process.
Yeah. More information further back would definitely help.
I think maybe the other option would be to have like I was saying, maybe a 3-year monitoring period. Annual reports get submitted to the commission on the status of the B-series wetland, and something written into the order that if it's not a wetland anymore, then yeah, a replication area would be created.
That's for your consideration.
Well, it's an ILSF, correct?
It is not, it's just an IVW. It doesn't, I wouldn't even recommend doing the exercise, it's so small. It is, it's really small.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't think it's going to qualify as ILSF, even if you make them do the topographical, survey.
So it's a, what is it again?
It's a isolated vegetated wetland that does not meet the
Isolated
volume requirements for
vegetated
ILSF. So it's jurisdictional under the Douglas bylaw only. It is, the state does not care about this B-series wetland.
Okay.
Also likely man-made to begin with.
Right. Right.
I think it's going to be hard to interpret the soils as well, the way the ledge undulates. We could dig a hole 50 feet away and not capture a piece of ledge that's quarantining the B series from the rest of the site. I'm just thinking ahead, and if we were to dig test holes, how I would interpret the results. It's not clear cut, I think, as we would hope it to be.
I would be very interested in seeing depth of ledge or refusal and water table in that area. I'm very interested to see if a 10-foot cut is going to get you into the water table or not. And I think that might be some very useful information for you as well.
Right. I agree with Brandon that I think knowing the ledge and the water table in that area between 50 and 75 feet, where the cut is primarily positioned, would be good information to have. So I would I would like to see that.
Okay.
And the 3 years of monitoring and replication, I think is still on the table.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
But you can get, say, I don't know, 3 test holes from east to west in that general area. Or one near the western property line.
Right,
One in the
exactly.
middle, one, like third of the
Across the
way,
front.
in the middle, third of the way to the south, to the east, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks.
I can go home now?
No.
We're not done yet.
If we have to suffer, you have to suffer.
Will you allow us to continue the public hearing?
Sure.
All right, well, then now you can go home.
All right, I will make a motion for TP 143-1103 to continue 286 Webster Street, Commercial Development Map 205, Lot 2 and 3, to August 19th, 2024, 6:30 PM.
Second.
All right. Motion has been made and seconded to continue this public hearing till the next meeting, August 19th at 6:30 PM. All those in favor?
Jim Foran, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Mark Mangum, aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
And the next two, I believe,
Are
I
they
need
here?
to go back on the hallway.
Oh, we have more?
We have two more, 16 and 17.
45 Martin Road, lots 3 and 4.
All righty.
Yeah, this could go pretty quickly.
All right. I would like to open the public hearing for NOI DEP number 143-1100. Public hearing continued for notice of intent for John Mashushian, 45 Martin Road, lot number 3, a single-family home, map 169, lot 23. Someone here representing the project?
Yes, hello, my name is Nicole Hayes with Goddard Consulting.
Hi, Nicole. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Tired?
Me too. So in the recent past, the peer reviewer requested two concerns from Goddard Consulting. The first one is they wished for DEP data sheets for the wetland line near the proposed driveway. We provided this information, and peer review has okayed the wetland data and has accepted the wetland line as it is currently on the plans. The second item that peer review was interested in with Goddard Consulting was whether or not the ponded area had riverine characteristics. While we were on site with peer review, we had done multiple floating tests to see if there was any flow patterns within the pond, and no flow patterns were observed. So the peer review also reviewed the rest of the data concerning that in our reports, and they agree with us that there is no riverine characteristics within the pond, and they also agree that the solid blue lines going into the pond and out of the pond, as shown on the USGS map to be the perennial stream, is correct as we identified in the field, and as a result, lots 3 and 4 do not have riverfront area associated with them. The other issues pertaining peer review were based on the plans, and they wanted some data added to the plans, and this was taken care of by Karen. She is with us tonight online from Allen Engineering and can give you any answers to some questions that you may have. In the end, Karen has, I just want to mention that Karen has provided that data on the plans that was requested, and I assume that we have met all peer review requests. And as a result, we'll turn it over to the board with any questions for either myself or Karen.
Is Nicole Hayes present to speak to the peer review,
That
please?
is myself.
That was you.
I am Nicole Hayes.
Okay, I'm
From
sorry.
Goddard Consulting.
I'm
And
sorry.
Karen Keegan from Allen Engineering is also here.
All right. So Nicole, your comments that you made in regard to the proposal for this site, have they made any changes to the plan to account for what you saw?
No.
Or any concerns?
She agreed. She asked, she had some questions about the wetland line. We met in the field. We reviewed the on-site conditions. She asked for additional data, which was the DEP data sheets. We provided that to the peer reviewer. She agrees with the data, and therefore no changes to the wetland line were made. And she agrees with the wetland line that was delineated and which was always on the plans. So we provided, she had a few questions. We provided her data in the field and in additional reports. So she is okay with that. She signed off on that. The other question from her in regards to Goddard Consulting was whether or not the pond had riverine characteristics. Again, in the field, she saw, along with myself and other people, that there were no riverine characteristics, meaning unilateral flow within the ponded area, and therefore she agrees with us that there is not river that goes throughout the ponded area, and that the river starts and stops at the blue line as shown on the USGS map. So in essence, she had a few questions. She agrees with us now that what we provided in the first place was correct. She signed off on that, and then she had some questions or some additional information that she wanted to be shown on the plans, which Karen has done.
Okay.
And Karen can answer any questions on that for you.
Okay.
So,
Hi, good evening. Sorry.
That's okay.
Hi, good evening. Karen Keegan from Allen Engineering. I addressed her comments. Her comments were, she wanted to know where the test pits were. I relabeled those test pits. I didn't move them or anything. I just relabeled them. She couldn't see them. She wanted a few notes on the erosion control and sediment control. I added those to her. She wanted them to be reed-free, contaminant-free, and I put those notes on the plan for her. She wanted a note on the plan stating that there was no imported soils and mulch that will be brought onto the site. So she doesn't want anything that's contaminated with anything else to be brought onto the site. She's hoping that we can use what's on that site for construction purposes, not meaning the mulch oils. She just wants them to be contaminant free. But she's talking about like the loam and you know, so that we have the stockpiles, we can use those stockpiles on site. She also had concerns on the driveway width. I widened it out to comply to the zoning for the town of Douglas, which was at 22 feet. The driveway at 12 is adequate. And the impact tables, she wanted those added to the plans, which I did. I also reduced the amount of impacts to both of the lots, Lot 3 and Lot 4. I reduced the impact to Lot 3 by 2,806 square feet. And so I tightened it up as much as I could. I unfortunately cannot share my screen tonight. Matt, are you able to share? I did send you those today.
I can share.
Can you share?
Yeah, which lot are we talking about?
3. We'll start with 3.
Let me try.
Thank you. Thank you, Nicole. I appreciate it.
Oh, no problem. All right, can we see that?
Yes.
All right, great.
So on the first page, Nicole, if you could just scroll it down just a little bit. I pulled the area disturbance off of the 25-foot buffer. So it is now at a minimum of 29.4, but for the most part, it's 30 feet away from the edge of the wetland. So I pulled it at a minimum of 5 feet away. I reduced the area of disturbance around where it's, how do I describe this? On the southerly side of the lot, that rounding there, I really took as much as I could and pulled it in. And I did pull in as much as I possibly can, and I at a total of 2,806 square feet. So I reduced the size of the impact by that amount. So that the offset from the house to the edge of the disturbance area is now at 20 feet on the side that's closest to that ponding area. Those were the commission's concerns. So I addressed your concerns. Those were not her concerns.
So in our opinion, we've met all the informational requests. We've met all the regulation requests or, guidelines. So we're under the impression that everybody is all set with Lot 3.
Now, I do want to state, sorry, Nicole, not to interrupt you, but I do want to state, I forgot to mention that I did move the driveway over. I had it closer to the existing hydrant that's located on the plan. I moved it outside of the buffer area, but didn't move anything where it's the closest to the wetland. So I tried not to move it left or right of that. I just tried to move it out, most of the work outside of the buffer area. So I did move the driveway. Does the commission have any questions?
Well, we're just looking and reacting to what you're talking about right now and trying to understand where the changes were made in relation to what we saw when we had our site walk and what we, our reaction to the original plan. I mean, I can speak for myself in that, on viewing the site, this is a very critical site. It's a really pristine area of wetland on both sides with the pond, and I'm very concerned about the fact that we're trying to put 2 houses on this site. It just seems like it's more disturbance of the site than what there should be occurring. And we're working within 15 feet of the wetlands to put in a driveway. We have 25-foot no-touch buffer being touched on one side, and oh yeah, you brought it back to 30 feet on the other side, but still on a steep slope going down into the pond. So, I mean, I have a lot of concerns about the plan and the amount of impact on the resource area. So that's my reaction to it. I'm not excited by it at all.
Well, I did try to tighten it up as much as I possibly could.
Yes.
I couldn't really get it much tighter than that.
Yes, I understand, but it's still a lot of work within the 50-foot buffer. A lot of work within the 50-foot buffer.
The house is outside of the 50-foot.
Yep.
The septic system's outside of the 50-foot.
So we're working within the parameters of your bylaw, or doing the best that we possibly can. I understand your concern. It is, it is a pretty area, and we're trying to do our best to make it the best environmentally as possible.
Yep, I understand that you are, and I know you've worked to try to tweak the plan to meet what we discussed. I don't know, I just, after walking the site, I have, I know what our bylaws say, I know what the wetlands regulations say, and I know that we do allow some work to occur, closer than 100 feet, but the bylaw still says a 100-foot buffer.
I mean,
Right, and we can work within the 100-foot buffer as long as we adhere to the performance standards and
Right.
other details of your bylaw.
Right.
So, I mean, I guess we entertain your questions, concerns, tweaks. We don't know how to further enhance and try to make this better. If you have any guidelines in which you can assist us, that would be beneficial.
I understand. I'm being very vague and just stating my concerns. I can't redesign it. Just giving you my thoughts. Jim, I don't know, can you help me out?
I know that you tightened everything up. I guess my question is, what is it that you can put in place, I guess, or figure out something so that way where you moved it from 25 to 30 feet, that it won't go beyond that point? Like, is there anything that you can do to make sure that it doesn't go further than it already needs to?
We could put markers along that 30-foot area, so that say no disturbance beyond this area, conservation markers. I don't know if the commission has any markers, but we're willing to put those up if that's what you would like. Say probably every 40 feet.
Markers don't.
You can put them on, you can put them on trees, you can, however you want to put them.
What about a physical fence?
You mean like a,
I don't know, that would be something I would have to ask the property owner.
yeah, that would take away from the view from the house. If you're looking at a fence, right?
yeah, but could you just do, what is it called, the split rail fence, right?
Where would you want to, just for information purposes, if, when we go back and we ask the landowner, the split rail fence, where would you want to see that? At the 30-foot?
At the 30-foot towards the pond side.
Okay.
Which one's the pond side? It's a pond on the left here?
The pond is up here.
Oh, okay.
Well, it actually goes around.
Oh, I see.
But For the lot 3, you can only see it from that side.
What are your thoughts about that?
Pardon?
Your thoughts for that? If we, or, I mean, I don't know.
I'd rather do that than nothing.
Okay. So if we're going to let it go and then
Yeah.
have that?
Yeah, and that could definitely be a special condition. Once we find out, I guess we need to ask the landowner first, though.
Well, this commission wanted to put it as a condition. It's not really up to the landowner.
Right.
Yeah, we can just put it as a condition, if that's what,
So the driveway is asphalt. You've proposed asphalt, correct?
We have, yes.
Is there any attenuation of the drainage off that driveway being proposed?
It's pretty flat. You couldn't ask for a flatter driveway.
I remember, yeah.
It's, a foot here, a foot there, and it goes kind of up high and comes back down a foot, just 1 foot. So there's not much of, and, the only drainage will be running off of that 12-foot wide driveway.
Right, it's a lot of impervious surface, though.
Yes.
I don't think it's going to end up in the street, though. We're just protecting the resource.
So from the driveway to the limit of disturbance, again, is like a foot. So there's really no way to catch it.
Stormwater standards, they'd meet it.
Right, which goes exactly to my point of, is this site too small?
Oh, they produced a plan where they can.
I don't think the
squeeze it in.
site's too small for it. There's, it'll just run off the edges of the driveway. That's the only way you could do this. It's got no place to go.
You agree? Where's it gonna
I don't see like it's not running back onto the street. It's just an impervious surface, and the water will be just running off of that.
The only thing that I could think of, and I am not an engineer, so of course I default this to the engineer, but what about a stone trench? The only thing is then we're getting more impacts closer to the wetlands, which we don't want to do. And I think that's the trade-off, right, Karen? We don't.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you could put a stone trench along the edge of the driveway, but it's, again, it'll just maybe infiltrate anything that runs off of the driveway, but it won't do anything for drainage-wise. It's so flat, you can't get it to go anywhere.
Yep.
May I say something, Mr. Chairman?
Sure, Matt.
So our peer review consultant absolutely put the screws to this entire project. Like, she's been working and gave them a lot of requirements, and they've answered and responded to all of her questions. And to the point where our peer review consultant, who we've learned is very rigorous and very thorough with her reviews, and they've answered all those questions on that review. So I think from a town's perspective, with the peer review consulting having reviewed it, I just think conditions are really all we're looking at this point.
Thank you.
Karen, is there a way that we can text the landowner and ask about the split rail fence? Because if we could close tonight on this with that special condition, that might be beneficial.
Well, I mean, we could close on it, and it's just part of the condition.
It's going to be part of the condition, whether she likes it or he likes it or not. It's just going to be part of the, it's just going to be a
Okay.
condition.
Okay.
All right, that sounds okay to us then.
Is there any public comment? Is there anyone else on?
Anybody else want to comment on this? Anybody public, in the public? No one's around. Everyone's gone to bed.
Yes.
Everybody's gone. It's 10:15.
Yeah, we got.
I guess I'd make a motion to do the 30-foot side, split side fence on the side of the, help me out.
The lakeside, the pond side.
The pond side, thank you.
Well,
If that's what we're
yeah,
gonna-
that's not, you're the southwestern side. Because the
Southwestern side.
pond does wrap around, so we don't want it to be confusing. I mean, she mentioned a trench along the driveway, and I agree that the driveway is flat, especially from the Martin Road all the way to the 482 contour where it turns sharply to the right.
Yeah.
But the ground, the driveway, the building, everything flows across that driveway directly towards the wetlands. The septic system, I mean, you have a 492 elevation at the back of the house, and the driveway is 484. So, I mean, there's 8 feet of elevation change. It's quite a slope. And that water's going to come across that slope and onto the driveway, and then the driveway's going to allow it to pick up steam, and then it's going to run, it's going to have a possibility of eroding the ground right where it comes off the driveway. So I do feel like some kind of a trench along the driveway below the septic, below the driveway, and, I mean, the house, and that embankment might be helpful.
Okay.
Is that something?
Where would you want it to start from? Would you want it to start from?
Right at that 482.
50-foot no build, or do you want it and run all the way around till it goes into the other lot?
Correct, right where that 482,
Right on that curve?
right on that curve where the 482 contour is.
Okay. And run a trench along the bottom of that? Of stone, like say 2-foot trench?
An infiltration, 2-foot wide trench with, yeah, with stone.
Okay.
Along what, the lower part of the driveway there?
Okay, and
How
that could be
far?
another special condition.
Right.
Right.
Would you be good with that, then?
Well, it helps.
I mean,
So that's where we go.
Gotcha. Okay. Got it. All right.
Yeah, so the conditions, if you can, I don't know, how do you do that?
Well, I think I'm gonna walk up to one of these little
cameras?
cameras here. Can you see this?
Nope, I can only see like a little bit of the top of it.
How about now?
What do we,
Let's see, I'll try. Yep, I can sort of see it.
How about I go to the other one?
That was pretty good, but
Oh, well, how about the camera right here?
You see this?
No, right here, this one.
This one's on?
Yeah.
See that?
so that one is for Zoom. So Zoom will be able to see that.
Yeah, they
Well, no one else is here, though.
Right.
So,
So they'll be able to see that. Let me.
the red line?
You know, it's really tiny on my screen if I go to that
Can
input.
you see that okay, Nicole, Karen? You
See that red line?
Can't see a red line from here. She's further away.
That's fine.
Does that work?
Yeah, that works.
All right. That's what that, okay. That's our tech. How's that? High tech.
High tech, high tech.
Okay, so 2 conditions, a split rail fence along the buffer zone or along the limit of work on the southwestern side towards the pond, and a 2-foot wide infiltration trench along the proposed driveway on the northeastern side of the driveway.
All right, so,
That's fine with us.
all right, so I
But
will,
we have to close the public hearing
Oh.
first.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion's been made and second to close the public hearing for,
Oh, sorry.
it's all right, notice of intent for John Mashushian, 45 Martin Road, Lot 3, single-family home, map 169, Lot 23.
All right, and I will make a motion for 45 Martin Road, Lot 3, single family, map 169, Lot 23, for
Wait, we got to
limited.
close it still.
Lot 3.
Oh,
You got to vote to close it.
oh, sorry, Jim Fore and I.
Second.
No, aye. Need an aye, Mike.
I forgot.
Oh.
We're closing the public hearing.
I was getting ahead of myself.
You're voting to close the public hearing. Do you approve to close the public hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
But I
Mark Mungem,
thought
aye.
that's what he did.
All right.
All right. And now,
Now I'll make a motion for 45 Martin Road, Lot 3, single family, map 169, Lot 23, to do a 30-foot side, split side fence, southwest side, for the 30-foot marker. And then also for the limited work. And then a 2-foot infiltration trench northeast side of the driveway. Is that?
do you second that?
Second.
All right. Motion has been made to approve the notice of intent for John Mashushian, 45 Martin Road, Lot 3, with 2 special conditions. First one is to include a split rail fence along the buffer zone at 30 feet from the pond on the southwestern side of the property. And the second special condition is to install a 2-foot wide stone trench along the proposed asphalt driveway on the northeastern side of the driveway, where it curves and goes to the new property line, along with all standard conditions.
Yes.
All those in favor?
Jim Fore and I.
Mike Ricco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One more, right?
Okay, now open the public hearing for John Mashushian, 45 Martin Road, Lot 4, single-family home, map 169, Lot 23. Meeting is now open.
Good evening, Don Keegan, Allen Engineering. This being Lot 4, I also reduced the footprint or the limit of disturbance around the house area. I actually reduced this one by over 7,000 square feet. I pulled in from the top of the hill, or the top of the Escar, however you want to call it, and I shortened it up as much as I could, and again, pulled it 30 feet off the wetlands with the limit of disturbance. Nothing changed on the driveway side, but I did substantially take a lot off of the top of that hill. In other words, I made it much shorter than it was before. Other than that, nothing on this plan has changed. I did address all her comments. Again, I added all the notes that she wanted on the plan as far as the wattles, the most suck, as far as the contaminants-free soils being imported onto the lot. So I addressed her issues with this lot also.
Thank you. Same comments for this?
Yep.
Jim?
Yeah, I'm good with that, the split.
You moved the disturbance line back away from the wetland on the pond side for this one as well, right?
Oh, yes, to 30 feet.
Okay. And then you shrunk up the disturbance on the north end, correct?
Yes, the top of the hill, yes.
By 7,000, yeah.
Substantially.
And are you good with the driveway?
I feel the same about this one. Again, that's kind of, everything's coming that way. And it's kind of hard to just, well, I mean, they have a bit of a swale below the septic system, but still, it's the area around the, the garage, that's a big area of pavement coming right out and down the hill and into the, so I would like something below it there, same way.
Okay.
Yeah,
So we'll extend that trench all the way to the end of the driveway?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Split rail fence all the way from the back of the pond to the top of the Escar?
No, to where it turns on a 45-degree angle away from the pond is as far as you need to go. You don't have to continue up the cut.
Okay. That's
Is that okay with you?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yep.
Public hearing?
Anybody have any comments from the public? It's just us.
It is, as always.
Make a motion to close the...
I will make a motion to close the public hearing for 45 Martin Road, Lot 4.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to close the public hearing.
Jim Farr and I.
Frank Rocco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye. I'm going to say...
Make a motion.
Make a motion with the same conditions and special conditions from the last.
Okay.
Is that all right?
All right, so I'll make a motion for DEP 143-1101, 45 Martin Road, Lot 4, single family map, 169, Lot 23, same conditions. The, at the 30-foot marker, do the split side fence, and then the driveway, a 2-foot infiltration trench, the same for the driveway.
Okay.
And all special conditions and normal conditions apply.
Thanks. Do you second?
I'll second that, yeah.
Way to go, Mike. Okay, a motion has been made and seconded to approve the notice of intent for John Mashushian, 45 Martin Road, Lot 4, with 2 special conditions and all standard conditions. All those in favor?
Jim Farr and I.
Frank Rocco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for your time tonight. I appreciate it.
Thanks for hanging out with us
Yes.
late.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Have a
you.
great night.
You too.
Okay.
Oh, do you want me to go get them so they can come back in?
Sure.
He didn't just leave? I would have been gone.
I don't think we're going to get to those minutes.
You're right about that.
Do have a bunch of signature things, though.
Yeah, I never did those. Take care of something.
No, now we don't know who you are.
You don't want to know me anyway.
All right, let's bring this boat into port.
Oh. Better believe it. What's left? I get a... Updates, Birch Street enforcement order. Any news on that?
Yeah.
Mr. Benoit, have you heard anything?
Yeah, we received a letter from the developer saying that he has hired an engineer to help him, but they're obviously pretty busy, but they're working on the order that we gave them. So in addition, he provided some additional runoff because there was an event that took place, and he put on his driveway, he dug a 25-foot long trench, 1 inch deep, 2 feet wide, and filled with 6-inch riprap. This trench was pitched into the original hole, 25 feet long and 8 foot wide. It's hard to describe what he's doing unless we go out to the site to look at it. So, I mean...
Sounds dangerous.
Yeah, it's... Once we got this letter, I haven't been out there to see it. I did see a bunch of hay bales across the proposed driveway. I saw that, and then he put some on the opposite side as well. But it's hard to see what he's been doing. But he's in the process of doing more items, and seemingly then asking for us to review them once they're finished.
Did he say who he's hired?
He hired Shea Engineering to possibly help.
To possibly help.
Possibly help with the situation. He was busy, but said he would help when he had the time.
That's not going to do it.
Right.
Okay. Brandon, do you have any more for tonight?
Are we going to talk about CRG and Gilboa Street?
Oh,
No.
All right, let's talk about CRG first, I guess. What do we have with them? How are they doing? Did they do their infiltration test on the...
They did, and so something bizarre happened. They dig in to do their infiltration testing, and they found a stump dump buried, like...
Wasn't native ground.
Was not native ground. And the funny thing is they told me they did a 40-foot cut just to get to the elevation they are at the bottom of the basin. And then they were digging down because they needed to do their infiltration test inside that the commission required. And they encountered stumps. And they just had a hard time figuring out, like, it was already 40 feet deep, and they're down like another, like, 20 feet. So 60 feet from original, when they first started this project, and they encountered a stump dump. So that means it was not all gravel and sand, because these stumps obviously going to impede infiltration. So I was told by Bob Manarick, thank you, that's a good name. Earlier, before the meeting started, he came over to say hi to Sam and I. Said they're in the process of scarifying that all out and putting in clean sand. So I suppose that's a positive thing.
Any update from Uxbridge? What's going on?
Sorry, through the chair. No, I haven't heard anything
On their order?
No news is good news?
I'm going to say no news is good news.
Okay.
Did they issue an order conditions?
I don't have confirmation on that, but I would hope that they did.
Because the last time they didn't have a quorum, so they couldn't meet.
Oh, that's
to issue it, right? And so
Here you go.
that's been over a month.
It has,
Hopefully
and
we've had a meeting.
I haven't been in touch with Uxbridge.
Just to go back on this, should we have requested that they provide us with an updated plan to show those two special conditions?
Yeah, we'll put that on there.
Can you
Yeah.
contact them about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Please?
So that's the cubes of Gilboa.
What's that?
That's the cubes of Gilboa.
There's been no other breakouts or problems, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. But that's a huge issue. Stumps underneath an infiltration basin?
That nobody had any idea about until they started doing this most recent set of infiltration testing. So
what was their prior?
So what is so they're planning to dig out the stump dump and refill it with
Clean sand.
permeable soil?
Correct. Yeah, so that's a
And
good
go
start.
after the former owner of the site. Okay, thank you. All right, what's next on our agenda?
How about the forest cutting plan?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have to talk about that. So this is an item that's not reasonably anticipated 48 hours because we just got it. But,
yes.
So we received the forest cutting plan for Orange Street. Yeah, Orange Street, that Orange Street.
No way.
Yeah, so it is not Mr. Betancourt, it is Paul Chase, who owns large properties kind of just south of where Mr. Betancourt's Lot 12 is. They own the abutting one there, and then one across the street, and this is like 130 acres or so. So this forest cutting plan is part of your packets, and, I mean, you know how these things work. These are mandated by the state, and we don't really have much to say about them, other than they give us a 10-day window to provide comment. And
Right, so, let's see if I can share this. I'll show you where it is. Right, so take a look. So here's Betancourt's land right here. See the yellow outline? And this is the Chase property right here.
And it's also the one just northeast of that.
This one right
Yeah,
here.
it's also that one.
Right, which actually abuts
Yeah,
the new Sherburne.
yeah.
So this one,
What's that road that those two lots are on?
orange.
That's Orange?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is orange right
So the other one on the right is Southeast Maine. Okay, yep,
here. Yeah.
gotcha. Okay. So the lot that they want to cut is the one on the left or both?
Both. So,
So there's a stream, a blue stream that runs close to that Lot 1, or looks somewhat close.
right, but here's the thing, this is all agriculturally exempt because they have a forest cutting plan, but I have some questions about the procedure on this because I've been through this before. And I'm familiar with the procedure and how it relates to Concom. So, this is do you have the forest cutting plan in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a forest cutting plan. The agency that takes care of those is the Department of Conservation and Recreation. And if you receive a forest cutting plan approved and signed by the DCR forester, then that makes you agriculturally exempt from not having to file with the Conservation Commission.
Yeah.
Right? Because forest harvesting is considered agriculture because it's agricultural, trees are considered an agricultural product, okay? But you have to get this cutting plan approved. Now, that said, there's a procedure in which the Conservation Commission has opportunity to comment on the cutting plan. All right? So the Conservation Commission has 10 days in which to comment. But what has to happen is this cutting plan is sent to the DCR and the Conservation Commission at the same time. All right? And it's the unapproved, as of yet unapproved forest cutting plan. And I'm looking at this forest cutting plan, and I see that it has been signed by the DCR service forester, which makes me think that this did not get to us on time. It's signed on 6/21/24, which makes me think that the applicant for this did not CC the Conservation Commission. All right, so this, our 10-day window is technically over to be able to comment. And when the comment period happens, I politely ask the owner to be able to do a site walk, because under the forest cutting plans, they don't even have to do a wetland delineation, okay? The wetlands are being roughly delineated by the applicant's forester that puts together these plans, all right? And they're not always well-trained.
No.
Okay, in fact...
It even states in here, there are 3 proposed wetland crossings.
Which is another thing that really concerns me. And I ask politely, which is all you can do, to be able to go to the site and look at it yourself and try to give some input, right? And hopefully they run with it. And what happens is the service for DCR is supposed to take our considerations seriously, all right? So procedurally, though, if they didn't send us a copy of the unapproved forest cutting plan at the same time they sent it to DCR, they're in non-compliance with the procedure. So what I would like to do is get in touch with the service forester and see what can be done about that. How does that sound?
I think anything that we can do to protect the wetlands, even if it means, using means such as that they didn't follow the regulatory process.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're just trying to improve the situation and not end up with a bad...
Yeah, not necessarily want to stop we don't want to stop it, can't stop it, but I just want to make sure that we get our comments in and they're taken seriously, especially when you have 3 crossings.
Yeah, and it looks like they did took a little care in trying to figure out where the crossings are going to be in there. But maybe you would go out there and say, well, can you move that crossing 40 feet this way? I think you did it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the kind of comment I think is beneficial.
Yeah, I've seen landing areas put in wetlands where the forester didn't think it was a wetland, but I knew it was a wetland, and maybe, those are the kinds of things I can have comments. Can you switch the crossing? Can you rearrange? You can reposition the landing area? Can you, this, that, and the other thing.
The other thing too is, the neighborhood there is going to come screaming at us when this starts getting cut.
Yeah.
And they start hauling trucks out, wood out of there and trucks going in and out. So we better be prepared.
Yeah.
Right.
That's one thing the town administrator wanted to do. We wanted to get ahead of this. So we're putting together a letter to notify a lot of the abutters. Even though they were required to notify them, we're going to notify them again and let them know that this is happening and kind of the limits of our jurisdiction over this project and who they can call with their complaints.
Yeah, this isn't going to go over very well.
Right, and if there are complaints, they're legitimate complaints, and they're not following the forest cutting practices BMP manual, and they're out of compliance, that gives the Conservation Commission an opening to do some, I guess we call soft enforcement. Okay, and then you call the service forester, you call DEP. DEP usually has one person who is assigned to this kind of thing. I've done it before in Sutton where we've had issues with forest harvesting kind of going off the rails. So you do this with a kind of a soft touch.
It's even abuts a pond.
Yeah.
Their work proposes work right to a pond.
I wonder if this pond was named after the owner, who has the same name. I wonder.
Yeah. What is a filter strip?
The filter strip is just a buffer zone.
Does that mean it's uncut?
Yeah.
And does it even, is this, it doesn't, I think anything that we can do to impart our...
All right, I'll see what I can do.
Thank you. What's I going to ask?
No, sorry, you can't.
It's getting too late, isn't it? I was looking at this and thinking something. Now it slipped my mind.
Ugh, Must be that age thing.
Definitely that.
Getting punchy.
That too. All righty.
So I understand we're probably not reviewing minutes tonight. I just want to ask the commissioners to take their minutes home and bring comments back for the next meeting.
So moved, so second. Aye, good.
Do you want to adjourn?
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Do you want to second that?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor?
Jim Foran, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Mark Wondrum, aye.
Don't forget the gavel.
No, I'm not.
Oh, come on. New tradition.